Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and boy, do we have quite the session prepared for you on this fine evening. So no need to dally or delay. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started. And we're back. So with that, let's go ahead and not delay any longer, and let's just dive right in. So as is tradition, we have our player-led summary. So I believe that this week, just because we were talking about it, Felicity, it's your turn this week, right?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, whenever you are ready, my dude, take it away.
Okay. So we go back to when Cecily was revived, and everyone's like, "Thank fucking God." Bit stressful. So Laufey gives them like a space just to rest. Says that they're safe from the Dark One, and the group just kind of decompresses. There's a few thoughts tossed around on the watches because we're still paranoid, so we did some watches. But overall, it's a peaceful night. The next day, Laufey wants to speak with the group. She wants to let them know about Thor hunting them down. And some discussion was talked about how we're going to move forward. Mostly, Laufey is meaning that they must return to complete their mission and get that stone from Odin, because big old dangerous stone. So but she's like, let's like take a wee bit of time to like decompress still and not just throw you guys right back in the mess. And she mentions a few people that maybe they should go visit. One of them being a copy of Tyr, and I believe he went by Tyr as well. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so that is kind of like pseudo potentially Cecily's dad if he ever gets his soul. So Morwen and Cecily go to see Tyr. Bianca and Suni go to see a man who can help out cleaning Bianca's sword. And then Carasilla and Ishima go to see our, oh God, what are those even called? Our Gleeman, the Gleeman, with the cape. I can't remember things. Okay.
Well, he doesn't have a cape because somebody
anymore.
didn't return it.
Yep.
Sucks to suck.
So anyway, Cecily talks to the shell of her father, which is so sad, and it's really sad in general. Bianca does end up getting the sword cleaned and maybe meets this cool ally that might help them in the future with Suni, and then Carasilla and Ashima bond kind of with the Gleeman. Why can't I remember his name?
Aaron Marilyn.
Aaron Marilyn. And so there was a performance. Carasilla totally showed him up. He admitted that he eventually kind of came around to admitting she was worthy of the cloak, because she was like, yeah, I'm not going to return it, which was a little heated. So, but yeah, so that's kind of the summary, that's about it. I'm sorry, I have a migraine, so this is the energy we're getting.
That is A-okay. So yes, all of those things do happen, and they happen, and so as we now transition from summary to the game, all of you now at this point have made your way back to your sort of central tower within that hidden valley, this area where, according to Laufey, you are supposedly hidden from not just Odin, but also the Dark One's gaze. So, you all make your way back. All of you now reunited in one area, as you were told that as soon as you returned, you would be having a conversation with Laufey. So Cecily and Morwen would have been the first to return, followed by Suni and Bianca, and then eventually Carasilla and Ashima following there shortly after. All 6 of you gather inside this narrow tower, a fireplace crackling off to the side, providing warmth to the interior of the stone building. As you all sort of sit around a large, round table, Laufey will speak. So, she sits sort of in the center of the table, where she's kind of in the middle of the 6 of you, so 3 on each side of her, as she speaks to you thusly. Well, so I'm assuming then everything went all right for everyone. You've all returned in one piece.
And you're right in saying that this place isn't exactly dangerous, so...
Good. I'm glad that hadn't changed. Everything went all right with Aaron. I can see you still have the cloak.
I don't see what your complaints about him are for. It's good talk.
Yes. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. And then, looking to Bianca and Suni, you all spoke with Konya?
We did, and he was much help for me.
Good.
Not so much me, but that's okay.
Well, I'm sure there will be somebody in this valley that can help you in whatever you may need, Suni. Well, then, on that note, there are one thing in particular that we need to discuss. So, in the time that you've been away, I've had a small amount of time to think. And I believe I have a plan as to what your next step should be. And, of course, let me stress that you all are free to do as you please, but it seems as though the Weave is not willing to let you go just yet. So, know that regardless of what I say, the option to walk away still stands. So, what needs to happen is all of you need to return to Fjardeleth. You see, within the walls of this valley, the ravine that we're currently in, there exists a building of sorts, a temple, once used by Sisters of Freya, the same ones who would tend the Garden of Time. Sadly, the woman who tended that grove has sadly passed on. She has joined the Weave, and there is now no one who is able to do as what she did. So without a mastery of knowledge of the structure, one must use a catalyst, an object or an item that can spur on that magic to allow travel through time. Now, this object, as all of you have brought up to me, is currently in Odin's possession. That stone. So, I will need time, several days at least, to prepare. But here is my plan. I have the ability to transport all of you inside Tyr's temple. These magics were not lost to me, and although Tyr is not what he once was, there are still secrets locked away that can be used to us. So, I will transport you inside Tyr's temple. Then from there you must locate the stone and the Temple of Time located within Tyr's temple, and go back to prevent the heist of Brahmsgrove before Odin or Thor or Balder or Loki can follow you through.
I see the funny thing here is that, in all honesty, that was our plan. Before I guess, the mines all happened and you so gratefully took us here. That's the reason why we're in Fjordala for the main part at least. Because we did already have plans to go back and prevent this heist.
Good. Well, that makes having to explain all of this a lot easier. You see, I don't like altering or using temporal magic when not exactly necessary, but the Dark One thrives off of chaos and the destabilization of those things that are supposed to be pillars of our society. And in this case, hopefully the powers that be in the weave allow us to tell this story, to rethread them. So, as I said, I do need at least 2 or 3 days to gather myself and the supplies that I need before sending you there. Of course, the city is at your disposal, and I have a feeling that you may be spending more time here after this heist has been reversed. So there are a few people you may want to speak with about, well, renovations and the such. We haven't exactly spent too much time worrying about that because we've been so busy, but if we are to continue this fight, there are going to be people who will find safety in being near us. And so it may be best to start preparing for that.
It may be time to create a monastery for all those who would oppose the Dark One.
I think that would be a very good idea. If there's anything that you need outside of this valley, you can speak with Konya. He's able to get things in and out. There's a person by the name of Gatso. They are in charge of any buildings or constructions. You may want to speak with them first. There is also Somo. Somo, she is a kindly woman, but she's in charge of feeding all of the people that exist within this valley. So if there's anything you need, specialty farmed or magical items grown, speak with her. And then, finally, Dorji. She serves as a cultural advisor, I suppose you could say, to make sure that any of the sacred places that exist within the mountains that may have at one point in time belonged to the Detsi, that they remain intact. Which, I'm sure, that she may appreciate having similar company for once.
Of course.
Those four are the most likely people you'll need to talk to, if you so choose. And, of course, I understand that this may have been your mission before, but I want to stress that if this is too much for you, if you'd rather walk away and try and live a life of peace in the time that may be left for this world, I do not blame you. And I wouldn't be mad at you. She just kind of looks around the table.
I'm
So I
in.
don't think there would be any peace in walking away at this point.
Some of us don't have much to go back to.
Caracella's right. I don't know how I could just live a life of peace knowing that I could have done something to help.
It's good to hear.
But there was also one other thing I feel I should ask you. Earlier today we contacted, well, until yesterday, a companion of ours, Kyothi. It sounded as if you two have a history. But she was recalled to go back home and, well, given the current circumstances, I feel it would be best, and she also requested that if there's any way that you'd be able to teleport her as you did us, or I suppose otherwise find her safe travels here. I don't mean to ask any more of you than you've already offered us, but if you're willing.
Kyothi. The Goliath woman, the one with hair, correct?
That's right.
Where is she currently? You said she was a companion of yours. Why did she leave?
She was asked back to the Hearthstone. She left from Fjallaleth, which is part of my concern, because I imagine she couldn't be too far away from the city, given how much time has passed.
Of course. You know, sadly, I don't think Kyothi's skills would be best suited to all of you in your mission. I'm sure she is a wonderful companion, and I'm sure that her insight and history and knowledge has been very useful to all of you, but there's a unique opportunity that lies at her feet. I will find her, and I will make sure she gets safely to the Hearthstone. But you see, and you can see sort of the cogs begin to twist in Lao Fei's head. The Goliaths of Cuindilar they are a people of inaction, and they have been for a long time. Ever since the cleansing in the Crown Land, some maybe 3,000 years ago, they have been distrusting of ever leaving their home. Many of the elders see the evacuation or the destruction of the Kalukatho as a gift. No more do they need to leave their home. They can stay within the Hearthstone, and they can stay safe. But there's a unique opportunity that a Kalukatho would have to spur on advancement and growth and change. I'd never had the pleasure of meeting any other Kalukatho Goliath aside from Keothi when Aaron and Enlil and myself had gone there. But I have had plenty of time to read over these many years, and there are a few things that I think that she could show to the elders to prove that she is worthy of leading them. It'll be an uphill battle for her, but you've traveled with her. You believe she's cunning.
Certainly has good head on his shoulders.
And you believe that she would be willing to take action against the Dark One.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
Very well. I will show her what I know of the Goliaths and their magics. And hopefully in time, I don't know how long, things do move slow within the Hearthstone, but one day she may lead them. Lead them to our aid. But sadly, as I said, I don't know how soon you'll see her, but know that she will be doing good work for our cause. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, however. That is very good to know. Well, is there anything else? Any other questions or concerns?
No, it seems our work is before us today.
Very well. Give me 3 days' time. I will have everything prepared. Take this time to do what you need to do to be ready to go back to that place. I can tell
Will
you...
I see you before then?
Yes, you will. If not me, I will have someone deliver what I promised you.
Fair enough.
Very well. In 3 days, meet me at the same temple where you brought Cecily. There is where my magic will be at its strongest. Odin keeps many wards around Fjarlaleth. It will take a great deal of effort to break through, but I will make sure you arrive in Tyr's temple safely. But it's up to you to get yourselves out of Tyr's temple. Do you understand?
We
I can
understand.
handle at least that.
Good. Well, then I should start preparing myself. With that, she stands from the table. I'll see you in 3 days.
Until then.
With that, Laufey will exit the tower, leaving the 6 of you alone.
What are you getting from Laufey, Morn?
I asked her about the axe while I was with her. Just, you know me, can't help myself. and she'll pull out the axe and kind of show what she's talking about. There's some slots here for something to be placed and forged into. Laufey said it was the essence of various magical creatures that gave the axe different abilities. According to her, she might still have one around. If we're going back to Fjarlaleth, I want to go in as well armed as I can be.
So, no more potters?
Oh, still always have those. But this is a magical weapon. definitely sharper, better than any weapon I've used, but I'll always have those. Comfort weapon, you understand.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's on brand at this point.
True. True. Plus, I like damn good wielding them.
Hey, Joe, what time is it?
At this point, it's pretty early in the morning. Let
Right.
me. So yeah, because you guys had, well, not pretty. I guess it'd be about mid-afternoon at this point, since you would have woken up to go and do all that stuff.
Right.
There we go. Sorry,
Okay.
just gotta find the date. So yeah, it's probably noon-ish.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so Cecily still has the bouquet and the dandelion and whatever. She hasn't done anything with those. So she's gonna probably just quietly make her way out of the room, and find a cliffside or something to have a moment before whatever she's gonna do the rest of the day proceeds on.
Yeah, sure. So Lao Fei finishes the conversation, and then as everybody's kind of just sort of getting up from the chairs, Morwen and Carousel are having that small conversation. You make your way up and out of the tower. It's easy enough. Shortly after your arrival, there was that one cliff that Lao Fei took you to, where you could see Lo flying around throughout the small peaks that surrounded the area. So yeah, you could head there for a small moment of peace and quiet.
Yeah. So, yeah, she'll just a few minutes, because she knows there's always shit going on, there's stuff to take care of. But she'll hold the dandelion and take some of the flower that Tyr called the Sweet Cecily. She'll take that out of the bouquet and just weep for the first time in a long time. Just clean all of that out of her system as much as she can. And she'll go ahead and make a wish. I know in real life you're supposed to not say it, so I don't know if that's how magic works in Magic Land, but she's gonna just go ahead and silently make a wish and blow on it, and watch the fluff blow around in the wind between all the falls, and then just let the stem drop into the air with everything else. And then she's gonna take some of the Cecily plant, and just kind of like tie a little bit of it around her arm, just a small bit. And so now she has the locket and the circlet and Poe's bracelet and the little flower all kind of prominently on her person now, rather than being tucked away. And Tyr said that was kind of like a common weed, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll just say now that she'll just replace it whenever she needs to.
Yeah, your girl has learned how to accessorize.
Yeah. And it only took a lot. But yeah, she'll do that, and she'll clear her mind with just a few deep breaths. Usual holding it for a few seconds before letting out. And probably another 10 minutes would go by before she regrouped with everybody.
Okay.
Unless someone came up and talked to her or something, but otherwise she'll just quietly be up there and eventually rejoin.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So you make your wish, you wrap it around your arm, and you then begin to head down the rocky cliffside and back towards the tower. So you make your way back in, and seems as though in that brief moment that you were gone, doesn't seem like anybody noticed super hard, as you were probably only gone for maybe 5-10 minutes at the most. And knowing that this area is peaceful, none of you would have noticed that Cecily's gone, probably just that she came back. Like, she just walked back into the door, you know? Like, she slipped out, and now you're like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, did she leave?
And she'll just set what's left of the bouquet. She'll set near whatever her sleeping arrangement is, in that little room,
Mm-hmm.
and then be ready to join everyone else. Okay, so should we see any of those people?
I would like to go speak to this captain before these 3 days are over. If anyone else has interest in that, they're more than welcome to accompany me.
Yeah, I was also thinking, so there's the 3 different like heads. Do we as a group want to split up and kind of like be the advisors of each head, or do we all want to like try and talk to one? You know, does that make sense? We're like maybe like, I don't know, Ashima and Cecily are like the food leads, assistants, and I don't know. Does that make sense?
The abstinent and the gluttonous team up.
It
Yes.
would be ironic, though I know that I am curious of how the Detsy fare. I
That
may
one
also
would make
have
more sense.
I may also have plans for a ancient Loshari temple fortress, but I'll only have them by the end of the day.
What?
Does this mean we're all gonna have a fort?
Perhaps. The last time I spoke with my master, he gave me a technique with which to speak to my past lives. While I know nothing about architecture, I did once teach the great Wushu Komei, the builder, constructed the greatest works in Loshari history, everything he knew.
I think my mind just broke.
I was gonna say the same exact thing.
So you can talk with the version of you that knew how to build?
An abridged version of it, but yes, precisely.
Well, you know me, I have a way of abridging whatever you say.
And it is appreciated. Sincerely.
Well, I can talk to food person.
Hi there, everyone.
Like, no joke. Might be okay at that.
I would second that.
Actually, Ashima, I personally would love your opinion, I think, on all 3. This, you kind of know this land better than all of us. I don't know if you're up to it, but now that I think about it, you're just the best prepared. At least your input. You don't have to, be the director of all 3, but
I do have thoughts on each.
You got about 3,000 years on the rest of us, so I'll take them.
As far as the food goes, I hope none of you are picky about pickled things.
I enjoy pickled things.
Good. The winters are long in the mountains.
Fucking tired of winter.
Yeah. Poor Suni.
Okay, so if Ashima, you want to take some time to kind of like think about your thoughts and opinions on each, and then the rest of us, we can kind of figure out where we feel the most comfortable at giving our assistance. Because I know I need a little bit of time to think about which one I'm actually going to be helpful at, personally.
Yeah.
Well, we have 3 days to figure it out. It's not something that needs to be decided within the next hour.
This is true.
Very true.
Well. So, what do we do now? What does one do for fun in Loshar?
Well.
Oh, geez, I'm asking a monk.
There is not. I'm trying to find out what you all would find fun.
Ashima, have you ever even had fun before?
Oh, we had a snowball fight the one time.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Ascetic fun is not everyone else's idea of fun very often. Well, there is, and he'll clap his hands together. Butter tea.
Both at the same time?
No, together.
Oh. Drinking butter.
I'll make some. And he'll
I'll have it.
Remove his kettle off of his quarterstaff and head towards the nearest area in which he can prepare it.
Yeah, for sure.
And so he'll just unwrap some things from his sack and start placing them around, building up a fire. You see him diffusing tea leaves, warming them first, keeping the fire very low, and then, strangely, he pulls out a bit of butter kept in a small parcel and melts it into the tea. Stirs it in. It takes out a couple of cups, and after about 15 minutes is pouring everyone a small little cup of it.
Well, Bianca will try it, and I assume it tastes good.
Yeah, so it's like a black tea, but with a buttery sort of warmth to it, so it's a bit sweeter.
Yeah, Cecily will sit somewhat informally on the floor of the room and just take a pensive sip, and then probably a less pensive gulp right after, because it was quite good.
Now, I know we haven't sat down to like have fun or be chill in a long time, but Bianca's gonna pull out her Kingdoms and Castles cards. I don't know if anyone wants to play. but I haven't sat down to play in a long time. And she's gonna eye like Morwen and Carasilla. Do you guys play?
Was never any good when I did play, but if you need a partner, I can suffice if you want one.
I mean, I would like one, so.
Unless you'd rather, and she kind of like points to Carasilla.
Oh no, I'm much more into normal playing cards rather than this.
Well, hey, can we do teams? Because I will be the best sidekick to somebody that knows how to play.
Then you don't want to be mine.
Fair.
Well, you can join my team. It's not really a team game, but we can try.
Oh, that's great. You don't want my help. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'll just cheerlead.
I'll take a cheerleader.
Cool.
Alright, well. As I said, I did want to go see that Konya fellow, but I'm sure I can play a game or two before I take off.
Yeah, it only takes 9 days.
What?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But yeah, we can definitely go see Konya. He was pretty chill. So
Excellent. Alright.
I don't super remember which decks Bianca has. I'm pretty sure she has 2 at least, but I know she has Bella Clara, but I don't remember the other one. It might have been the Western Salamander, but I don't.
Yeah, I think it was those two. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Western
Well, she'll pass.
Salamander and Bella Clara.
Yeah, so she'll pass Western Salamander to Morwen.
Alright.
Yeah. So just flipping through your cards, Morwen, you see that you have a couple of good ones in here. You have different cards that focus around. So as you know, that there are 3 different currencies in the game. There's faith, gold, and blood. And the people of Jormungandry are a blood and faith-based nation, where, at least in terms of the deck and the mechanics, where death and killing is seen as honorable, and, Valhalla and all that good stuff. So, as you're flipping through your cards, you see you have several things to help with that. And then you kind of stop as you're flipping through your cards, because you see 2 that are right next to each other. As in your deck, you have Magni and Modi. One card after the other.
And she'll just kind of like freeze at that for a minute. And she'll just quietly kind of piece them together and just set them outside the deck. And then just start shuffling.
Yeah, but that's not regulation. You need 60 cards.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
you son of a bitch!
We're playing tournament rules, obvi.
I
Disqualified. Go Bianca.
the most honorable way to win.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you kind of set those 2 cards off to the side, put them back in the case, and you're like, man, I'm not gonna play with those.
Yeah, she just says nothing. She just puts them aside and gets to shuffling, like trying absolutely not to draw attention to that.
Yeah. Sure. I'd say, Bianca, you're the only person in the room like really paying attention, so I'd say you'd catch it because, but then these cards well enough to probably figure what those 2 cards were out of the Western Salamander deck.
I think there's also a Thor card in there that
Oh,
can
son of a
be
bitch.
a signed Thor card. Didn't I get one? I think I had 2.
Oh no, that's right. Well, no, Thor offered to sign one of the cards for you, but you never got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
thank
was the
God.
thing, is when he came to try and be like, hey, I'm just Cecily's, big brother. Look at me, I'm a cool guy. He was like, I mean, if you want, I could sign one. I mean, I don't really care, but like, I could do that for you.
When everybody was playing normal for a day. Had me fooled.
No, same.
Well, shall we play then?
Let's do it.
All right.
Good gift, Ryan, by the way.
Thank you.
I love that.
I don't know why someone felt the need, but it's so good.
It's really funny.
Alrighty. So with that, the 2 of you begin playing. So first round, I need each one of you to make a wisdom or intelligence check, whichever one you prefer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
My non-specialties.
I see if the cards are lying.
See if the cards are lying.
Oh, hey! Got a 20.
Nice.
That's nice. Oh, fuck. I'm good at this, and I rolled bad. 12.
12. Okay. Alrighty. So, Morwen, you may not have played in a while, but you can tell that Bianca has not played in a much longer time than you, as she's really having a hard time getting her feet up off the ground. Her deck is not working. Bella Clara is a gold-based nation, so trying to get those funds started is so important. And Bianca, you're kind of falling behind a little bit. So starter phases are already not off to a good start, but Morwen, you are really able to get a good system going between sort of generating these soldiers and then them generating faith, which then in turn they generate blood, which generates more faith.
Hell yeah.
Got this good system going on. So Morwen, that means on your next roll, you're going to have an extra D4 to add to your total. All right.
Sick.
All right. Bianca, it's not too late.
You're gonna look at Bianca and go, Bianca, I don't think this looks good.
Thanks.
I could
You're the
help.
best
Yes.
cheerleader I've ever had, Cecily.
Well, you gotta be doing good. I mean, I can't false cheer.
What do you mean? That's the point!
Oh, it goes the other way? Oh, no, I thought it was like you do good and then I...
No,
jeez.
I forgot. You didn't really attend school, did you?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Cheerleaders.
I really, really didn't. I did not go to school very hard, Bianca.
Yeah, cheerleaders cheer no matter what.
Okay. Cool. Let me try again. Let's sing our Bianca do song. Go B-I-A-N. It's K next, right?
Yes.
K-A. Bianca.
Bardic inspiration to Cecily, so she can do the cheerleading.
I'll take it.
Perfect.
Bianca, you're going to subtract a D4 from your next
That's
roll.
fine.
Jesus. Jesus.
You're the worst cheerleader.
Oh.
All right. Next round. This is the attack phase. All right. So this is when most of the damage is done to either one of the two players. So go ahead and roll an intelligence or wisdom check.
Okay, let's see here.
Do I actually subtract a D4? Oh my god.
Here.
I already rolled bad anyway.
Well, I got a 13 total.
I got a 9 total, so.
Yeah.
B-I-A-N-K-A. Come on.
Bianca, you're about halfway through the second round. And Morwen has slowed down a little bit. So in the third round, there is a chance, but you're going to be going into it with quite the disadvantage. Because you're going into it with disadvantage.
Ooh.
Ah!
So you have a lot of ground to catch up in this third round because you are getting fairly walloped right now, where a lot of your money-making systems has fallen apart. Any of the sort of trade deal cards that you had, these sort of enchantments that are supposed to enhance all of your soldiers, they're just not going off as much as you want them to, and you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But there's a chance you know that you have got the, like, 3 of the members of the Council of Bella Clara like 3 investors inside your deck. And they give such great boons and boosts and all of these wonderful things to any of the soldiers you have or any of the banks that you have, which is how you really get your power on the field. But you just need to be able to draw one of those, or you need to play a card to let you draw more cards. So it's going to be, this final round is going to be a little bit of luck and a little bit of skill. All right?
Right. Plutocracies are dumb anyway, so.
Yeah, that's the problem, Bianca. You picked a bad deck.
Thank you, Cecily.
I mean, what? It's, I'm supposed to help you get money. I don't have money.
Bianca's just laughing.
Okay. All righty. One last D20 roll. Wisdom or intelligence. Bianca, yours is with disadvantage.
I know.
Okay.
It's already bad.
17.
6.
Bianca, do song. Bianca, do song.
Bianca,
Oh God.
I'm just getting
Sorry.
inflated right now.
Sorry.
Your
It's
funeral
Chicago.
approaches.
I'll just.
Yeah, just hop on.
there's a concept in Magic the Gathering called scooping, which is when you know you're going to lose, like if you know the next attack is going to kill you, what you do is you just start scooping all your cards together in one pile and start reshuffling. And you can see Morwen sort of lean up a few attacks getting ready to go with like this massive army. And even without Magni and Modi, still the deck is working perfectly. The soldiers are being sent. The faith is strong. The morale's not going to be broken. And you've got like 3 soldiers and 1 wall, and you're like, yeah, this is over. Yeah. So, as Morwen throws in the last attack, it's up to you if you take it or if you just scoop.
We scooping, baby.
Okay, so you just either annoyed at Morwen or Cecily or just your stupid deck that didn't give you the right cards when it was supposed to. You just
all 3.
You're gonna be suspicious of Morwen for the rest of the game. Like, she's a pro. I know she is.
You said you weren't good.
How'd you beat me then, huh?
Clearly, you're really good.
I took out Magni and Modi and you still won. What the fuck was that?
You had less cards. It's cheating.
That's cheat. Yeah, that's. You're disqualified.
Cecily's gonna watch Bianca just scoop up all the cards and be like, all right, well, I can't cheer for a quitter.
She will slowly turn her head and just stare at Cecily. That's it. There's no words. Just a glare.
She's just kind of looking back, kicking her feet. It's just, that's all.
Bianca, I think you got hustled.
Thanks, Desmond.
You're welcome.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I'm calling you really fucking awesome.
It's just luck.
A lot of skill.
Eh.
We'll play again, just not anytime in the near future. I need to practice. Clearly, I'm out of practice, so.
I've watched this game so many times and I still don't understand the rules completely.
Well, you know, I had a fucking blast.
Morin puts her cards on top of the Magni and Modi cards and, seals it back up and offers it back to Bianca.
Thank you. Well, if you still want to go see Konya, I'm down to go with you.
Yeah, anyone who wants to come is more than happy to join me. I'm just hoping I can buy some supplies before we enter Fjordalith. He might not even have what I'm looking for, to be honest.
He's a bit limited, I think, but it doesn't hurt.
Can't hurt to ask, I figure. We got 3 days.
Yeah.
Anyone else, or just Bianca and I?
How long? Put a face to a name.
Yeah, I might just lay somewhere for a bit. Still kind of dead. Think I need to pop a few more joints or something.
Ooh,
Rest is very
I
important.
can help with that.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Well, sure. Does it involve hitting me with your stick?
I sure hope it does. That'd be pretty funny.
The idea I had in mind involved needles, though you are much remiss at the stick idea, though perhaps stretches.
Needles? What?
There's a sign. We'll do stretches.
Okay. That sounds better than needles.
Well then,
Do the needles.
No.
well, we will meet with the 3 of you later then. This hopefully will not take too long. Bianca, you know the way, yes?
Yep, right over here. and she'll start to lead him out.
Sounds good. So, with that, the three of you exit Carasilla, Morwen, and Bianca. You head your way out of the tower, around a bend within this smaller walled-off portion of the Hidden Valley, and make your way to this dock near the waterfall, where you can see that ship floating in midair, these two crystals on the bottom of it that are kind of reverberating this magical energy, as you can see. Sitting very similar to where he was, maybe in a little bit of a changed position, you can see Konya, a dark elf with coarse black hair, pulled back into sort of a half up, half down. It's very finely trimmed facial hair, a beard and mustache, and like tattoos over his face, wearing deep blacks and reds and like this sort of orange scarf around his neck. As you approach Bianca, you hear that very odd accent come out of his mouth again as he greets you and says, "Well, if it isn't Bianca, it's great to see you again, especially after such a short while. And it seems as though you've brought some friends. Well, odd group you travel with, I've got to say. For one," and he kind of, with the sword in his hand, he like points it, not threatening, but just kind of using it as an extension of himself, points the sword at Morwen and says, "You've got a children of the flame, a child of the flame, I guess singular, and a gleeman. That is a very odd combination indeed. I thought you were odd enough with a dragonborn."
We're pretty special. But
Oh,
yeah, these
that
are
you
my
are.
my friends wanted to, or had some things to say to you as well, or questions to ask, so thought I'd bring them over.
I am a font of knowledge, after all. Please ask away your questions.
Well, more than knowledge, I hear you're the man who, if you need something, you can get it. Or you already have it.
That is true. But anything you desire, I can get it for you.
Well, we're going to be going into a dangerous situation soon, so I need a little bit of better gear. Would you happen to have any sort of splint armor that you'd be willing to part with?
I believe that I could do that. Actually, I believe I've got some here with me, if I'm being entirely honest. Kind of looks around. Hey, of course, got it right there. And begins to move onto the ship. You can see it kind of bob a little bit as he steps on it, goes to stand on it. And you can see that eventually he does pull out these sort of pieces of armor, like the very narrow vertical strips of metal, and on top of like riveted into the leather and the cloth, and says, "Got some right here. Let's see. Oh, where's this from? I think this is Thorolian made, I believe. Let's see, where's the craftsman mark at? Oh, there we go. Aye, Thorolian, yes. It's a little older, not antiquity, but no, it's still hardy. And he kind of takes one of the metal plates and kind of holds up the back part of the armor and kind of bites into one of the metal plates. No, that's good. That's good metal. And you can see him kind of pulls out like a little tooth chip. It's good. It's good metal. Definitely stop a blow. What do you say?
Morwen... Sorry, just Morwen leans into Carasilla. I like this one.
Right at front.
So, typically something like this might run you 200 gold, but friends of Laufey and, well, considering you're helping out with this whole thing, what do you say to 150?
Deal?
Deal.
Morwen will extend her hand to shake.
Okay. Konya will shake yours back.
And she'll immediately pull out the money and get to counting.
All right. Takes the 150, and he gives you the splint armor.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Indeed.
And I will be working on adding that.
Okay.
That was literally all I came here to buy. Like, as he looks over to Bianca and Carasilla.
Well,
You.
exciting
I
stuff.
mean, I don't have anything particular in mind, but don't suppose you have any good daggers on you?
Oh, got tons of daggers.
Something more than your just regular steel?
Oh, well, I got a few of those, but those are, and he kind of taps onto his stomach. You don't really see anything in there, or anything protruding from the leathers, but he says, those are my personal ones. Of course, if it's something you're interested in, I could always see about procuring some on my voyage out.
Well, if you wouldn't mind having a look out for me.
Aye, of course. I can tell you, I can keep an extra careful eye for a modest price. You know, it's easy to miss things sometimes, but with the right incentives, a man can be ever vigilant, can't he?
How modest is your price?
Oh, modest enough. A nice round number, easy to count with 50 gold.
Why not? If it gets better eyes, then why not?
Aye. Woman after my own heart, I see. And that takes the 50 gold, kind of tuck it away into his sort of leather doublet that he has on. Well, that was quite the day. Quite the profitable day so far. Well, Bianca, needless to say, come back anytime you like, especially with more customers. And you two, anytime you need something, feel free to come on back. And I didn't catch your name. What, Carasilla, you said, Bianca? Did you say their names?
Carasilla and Morwen.
I thought so.
Well,
All right.
well, I did now.
All right, good. So, Carasilla and Morwen, feel free to come back anytime. Always happy to have paying customers, let alone paying customers and esteemed guests.
Well, I'll be sure to take you up on that sometime.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Aye, of course. Thank you. Thank you. Come back anytime. Anytime,
sword.
metal.
I love this guy.
Honestly. And as they are kind of heading out, though, once they've, turned away from him, Carousel will just, say to Morwen. And I will say, apparently they're not the fondest of us here, so, might be good to lay low a little bit. I don't imagine most people would be too hostile, but,
I
what
see.
wisdom from Aaron.
Probably should have shared that before we.
Oh, well, it slipped my mind.
Fair
It'd be
enough.
fine anyways.
Nah. I mean, you know me, I can take care of myself. But, you're right. No need to stir a pot. We have enough on our plate.
Agreed.
And at that moment, we'll actually, stop where she is and, take off, her cloak and gauntlet and just kind of, tuck it away in her bag just for the walk back.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So then the three of you head back to the tower, and as you return, Suni, Ashima, and Cecily, what is the image that they see when they return?
Oh, God.
So probably, I think just to humor Suni a bit, Ashima is balancing on his quarterstaff and trying to get them to do the same. And
Oh god.
no, Suni, it's quite the same with your tail. Cecily, you do not have a tail. But surely if you just pick up the limb that I gave you earlier, you could balance on it just as easy.
You're sure? What if I fall and hit my head? It'd be your fault.
The trick is, not believing that you will fall.
Yeah, well, I'll try anything once. And she will attempt to balance on a small stick.
Okay. How small is the stick, just for my imagination?
I think it would have been like a limb. So more like,
More like a branch.
yeah, more like a branch.
Okay, all right. Not like a little, like, thin little
Not
baby
a
boy.
stick.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Something
Cecily.
about the size of the quarterstaff.
Cecily. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check then.
All right.
Because if it was a twig, like, it's a fantasy world, anything's possible. But I was gonna have somebody roll a D100 to see if the twig snapped. It's thick enough where it
Right.
won't break if Cecily stands on it.
Yeah, we're not dealing with that big of a person, so. We are dealing with a 5 though on that acrobatics check.
Ooh.
Cecily, confidence is the killer in this moment. As you're like, I can fucking do that. You step on it, you slip, crack, fall in the back of your head.
She just fuck.
Is,
Soon he-
are we
he-
back at that point?
Huh?
Are the three of us back?
Yeah,
at
that
point?
is what you would have walked into, seeing Cecily stand on a stick and then slip and fall immediately.
Bianca's gonna say, "Go, Cecily! See,
Hey.
So did you spell her name wrong?
Cecily. Oh my God, I did. I'm getting tired. I'm so sorry. Sicily.
That honestly made it better.
C-E, and then she's gonna keep going, but
Hey guys, it's Sicily. The Italian mobster version of Cecily. Anyways,
Yeah.
Toshima will slide down from his quarterstaff and offer a hand and say, "The air is still crisp. Perhaps we can try thumb balancing next."
And she'll take his hand and get up. Well,
You all had some fun while
that's a word.
I had a great time.
Yeah, did Suni pull it off, by the way? Is he
Well,
doing
I
all
think
right?
Suni would have waited and then snatched it away from Cecily and been like, I'll show you how it's done.
Make an acrobatics check.
I kind of imagine that with all of his armor and shit, he's going to break this thing, but we'll find out. Where are my...
Yeah,
God damn it, all my dice are gone. Where the
Well-
fuck did he go?
The
I'm
dice
sorry.
goblins.
snick snack.
I found some of them. I don't know if a D20's in here or not, though. Nope, it's not. You know what? It's fine.
To attack.
Connor, could you roll a D100 for me?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I gotta get my dice out.
Uh-oh.
And I was going to use my phone to roll one, and then my phone just died when it was in my hand.
You would think that as a Call of Cthulhu player, this would be the one dice I have out always. But nope.
Always ready.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
I will. Do you want me to message it to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay. What'd you roll, Suni? Or have you not found the dice yet?
I have not rolled one yet. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm
As
trying-
you're as you're looking for a dice, it genuinely doesn't matter. so as you go to step on the stick, you feel like you're gonna find your balance. Like you could find it pretty easily, being somebody who is more dexterous and being somebody a little bit more light on your feet. But you step on it a little bit at a weird angle, and with the size and shape of your feet, the weight is distributed differently on the wood, and you just hear this like this just creaking noise. And in your head, you just hear like the tiny voice in the back of your head, your little lizard brain go, "Oh fuck," as you snap and crack right on your ass, right on your. I was gonna say tailbone, but right on your tail. Yes.
Cecily, all of the pain that she was showing is just immediately gone, and she's gonna be like, "Ah, SUNNI."
Ah,
Woo!
right. Big folk.
This is the most humiliating loss I've ever suffered.
I
gonna
find
say
that hard to believe.
Bob his tail.
If this is the most humiliated you've ever been, you've lived a very fortunate life.
Or a very short one.
My apologies. The air is just rich here, and I feel invigorated again.
Well,
I like invigorated Kima, actually.
what? Okay, what do we? Is there a step 2, or was that the exercise? Did I fail?
Well, you certainly didn't succeed.
I know that, Suni.
I'm just reminding you. That's what friends
Hey,
are for.
we're both in this gutter, Suni.
Fair enough. We'll settle this battle another day.
Yeah.
Well, then, do we just want to take the rest of the day off? Or did any of you want to go see those leaders that Lafe mentioned? Again, we have time.
Well, for security purposes, it might be best to talk with Dorji. That was the person who was coordinating the reverence towards this being formerly Detsi territory. If the attacks have been growing larger and larger, it stands to believe that they might be driven here too, to reclaim land. As unfortunate as it is that it was taken from them, or formerly theirs, they are nomadic people. But, even still, if they're corrupted by the Dark One, it's best to know.
Alright.
I think we can all agree I'm not a diplomat, so maybe I'll set that one out and just rub the back of my head for a bit.
You might find any of the local healers and ask about acupuncture.
Huh. What's that?
Rare healing science here in Loshar.
Well, okay.
Now, no magic involved.
Does it involve balancing on a stick?
No.
Okay. That's good. Does it involve needles?
Yes.
Ashima.
I think Cecily might need a little more push to get her to do that. Sorry, that fell apart.
I will break every bone in your body, Sudi.
Like you could.
Oh, I could. Just one at a time. Very slowly.
Try me.
Please don't.
Okay, if you really think the needle thing is gonna help, I guess I should. Do I need money? Guys, I don't have money. Should I have money?
Yeah, you probably need money for it.
You'll need a little bit of money.
Okay.
I'll go with you and we can figure out how expensive it is, and then I can, I haven't really ever explored. I've never been here before. I'd kind of like to explore and just see what Loshar has. At least this area of Loshar, you know?
Carousel, you should go with them. You're always open to trying new things. And she just kind of smiles at
certainly
Carousella.
Just glare back at Morwen.
Some things never change.
Are you scared of needles? You know, I'm a little scared of needles.
Don't wear shoes in any of the buildings.
Oh. That's good to know.
I'm sorry.
That's gonna be really hard for me.
You okay, Joe?
That
What
was,
happened?
What happened?
that was so. I don't know why. I don't know if it's I zoned out for just a second, but I heard Cecily say, "What? Are you afraid of needles?" And then Ashima said, "Don't wear shoes in any of the houses."
And that is what happened.
That was kind of what happened, yes.
That's almost exactly what happened.
Is this a Samuel Beckett play now?
It is. That's my non sequitur. He'll correct himself. He'll say, not to say that there are needles in the floor.
Okay.
What?
Certainly hope not.
No, the
Needles in the floor?
No, there are no needles in the floor.
Why would you say that?
The floors are
The
heated.
land that we're in.
They are heated. There are coals underneath the floor of living rooms and reception rooms to warm your feet.
Oh, that's so smart.
There are no needles. No.
I thought there was a better way you could have shared that information, but
Cecily is cracking up. That's not just me. That was wonderful. I don't think she's ever seen Ashima so disheveled trying to say something.
Oh, man.
Thank you for losing your mind, Joe. I didn't realize how funny that actually was.
I'm sorry. It's just I really.
you just use syringes everywhere, and you know.
Oh no. There that would be the Pilgrims district of Wukong.
I'm not.
There you
for any
must wear
explanation.
shoes. Wear boots. In fact.
Okay. Well, needle place. Let's go, team. Let's go get stabbed.
Well, I'm not. I'll pay for it for you, though.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yep.
Last chance, Carousella.
Again, no.
No one else wants to join us? Just me and Cecily? That's fine.
I think I might just go for a run or something.
Well, Bianca, you can be like my cheerleader for this.
Mm-hmm.
Carousel to Dorji then.
That I will happily accompany you with.
Very good.
So do you want to join me for a run?
Why not? I haven't been on a nice run in a long time.
Just don't get yourselves killed.
That will be fine.
Thanks for the perspective, guys. I'd rather get stabbed than go on a run.
It's not that bad.
Oh, it is.
It just depends on what you're running from.
Alright. Well, we'll all reconvene here later tonight then.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I mean, I'll be over back at the tavern this evening.
Ah. I'll make sure to stop by later.
Are you performing?
Well, if Aaron lets me.
Then we should all go. Just to
And
support
get drunk.
I don't know. Weird shit happened last time.
Yeah, last time I
think
got
it'd be
drunk,
better this time.
Why
You need a couple of good experiences too.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Cecily, let's go get you poked.
Good luck getting stabbed.
Yeah, I've been there before. I should be fine.
And break.
No team.
Ooh.
Nice.
That was insane. That was some of the most insane, sporadic, absurdist roleplay you've had in a long time. Probably because we're not getting watched by an evil giant.
That we know of.
That we know of.
Always have your guard up. Always have your guard up, Mark.
Boy Scout motto, be prepared.
Hell yeah.
I, for one, like it like this.
Yes. This is nice once in a while, you know. It's... The palate cleanser.
Exactly. Okay.
Martin will just head out whenever Suni's ready.
All right. So Suni and Morwen are going for a run. Cecily and Bianca are going to find an acupuncturist, and then what would it be? Carasilla and Ashima are going to find Jordi, cultural advisor.
So Ashima and Calarsilla are doing the story quest. The rest of us are fucking around.
Yeah, we're playing objective.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm training, getting gains, getting strong.
I'm
Right.
gonna.
Yeah, you two are leveling up.
I'm got armor. I'm going on a run. I'm getting prepared.
So to break this down in first-person shooter terms, because that's what everybody wants. Currently, the game you're playing is Domination, and Carasilla and Ashima are the only two playing. Morwen and Suni is playing Team Deathmatch.
Hell yeah.
And then Bianca and Cecily are doing knives only.
My favorite.
1v1 cage match me, bro.
God.
So who are we sticking with first?
Oh, goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
sticking.
Uh,
That wasn't a needle pun. That just came out.
What's a needle pun now?
It is.
whether you want it or not, it is a needle pun. All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be such a prick.
Ha.
Thanks,
Okay,
Felicity.
The point.
Hey!
Ha ha ha.
I'll see myself out now.
I hate it here.
You made
love
us.
God. It's all my fault. Okay. Anyway, so, oh yeah, who will we go with first? Let's go with acupuncture first.
Woo. Team
So that-
acupuncture.
That acrobatics check was a dirty 20. I finally found my dice.
Yeah,
That's funny.
you definitely would have done it, but yeah, it's just yeah, it just was a little too much for you. Which is really sad. Okay, so here we go. Acupuncturist first. Bianca and Cecily. Make your way through the streets of the at least partially dilapidated, deconstructed city around you. Most of the homes aren't occupied, but there are small bits of life here and there. As you make your way through, looking for somebody who might be able to provide this very specific style of non-traditional medicine, I'd like both of you to make an investigation check, just as you're kind of going around, asking questions, just seeing if you can find anything out.
I'm average at that.
I'm supposed to be good, but I've been rolling booty. Okay, it's 19, so that's pretty good.
I also have a 19.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go team.
Nice. Alrighty. So as you're making your way through, what you end up having to do is make your way out of this immediate valley, the sort of walled off area, and you make your way to the housing that you can see from that cliffside that you had originally peered out of. And you have to make your way down there, and there are more people here outside of this immediate area. Now, as you're making your way through, just sort of asking questions here and there, trying to get an idea of who is what and who might be able to help you best. You eventually do find somebody who may be able to help you out. So as you are making your way, you find a small little shack, and all you see to
There it is.
indicate that this may be some type of acupuncturist is you can just see a small sign hanging from a doorway that just has 3 needles sort of all layered over one another to kind of create this like 6-pointed star. And as you enter, you can see this very sweet old woman just sort of sitting behind a counter, big wrinkly smile on her face, where her face is so wrinkly and she's smiling so big that she really can't even see her eyes almost at all, where there's just so many folds of skin kind of covering everything up. And she sort of looks up, not directly at where you're at, just kind of in your general direction, and says, visitors, hello. Are you all here for acupuncture?
Yeah, I was told this might be good for my for me.
Yes, acupuncture can be very good for many people. It helps to create small holes and punctures in the things that keep us wound tightly, so we may find looseness, we may find peace. I believe that it is appropriate for anyone and everyone. But I hear 2 sets of footsteps, but only one voice.
Oh, yep. I'm here too, but I'm here to pay for it. I don't think I need to be poking around my body any more than it already has. She's gonna awkwardly kind of look over at Cecily because the point of her powers is blood. So she's gonna not do this.
Oh,
That'd be awkward.
That'd be bad.
well, I hate to inform you that you may have come for no reason, dear, but I do not charge for my services. I believe that it's so valuable to all people that why should I prevent someone should they need it?
Oh. Well, how do you get stuff?
What do you mean? I grow my own food. I eat what I grow. And I provide services to those around. So if I should need anything from any of those people, they happily give it to me because I provide things for them.
Huh.
That's a much more giving culture than I think either of us are familiar with, and that's beautiful. Well,
Yeah,
guess
they told me that would never work back in the orphanage. It was on a test once. Like, that was the answer. Huh. So you just, like your broom breaks, and you're just like, yo, who's got a broom?
Yes. Yes. That works to explain it.
Huh. Well, I kind of like this place.
I do too.
is there anything I can do to help out around here while you do a service for Cecily? I can tend to your garden if that'll help you.
Actually, there is a man who lives down the street who, he had made some incense for me. If you could save me the trip of going to pick them up, that would be most kind of you.
Oh, absolutely. I can do that.
Thank you very much. Well, and you, sort of looking, like I said, Cecily, just kind of in your general direction, you may follow me back here.
Okay, cool.
Okay. With that, you can see the old woman kind of get out from behind that booth and make her way around through... make her way through a very thin curtain around into a small private room. And Cecily, what she does is she hands you this very soft silk robe, and she says, there is a partition, should be over there. I want you to put this on.
Yeah, cool. And she'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
And just frustrated at how many layers she has now to take off. She's like, God, it just keeps going. God. But she'll eventually, she'll come back out with the robe.
Okay. Yeah. And as you come out with the robe, you can see that it is especially designed for this. You can see that on the robe, it specifically on the from the waist up and to the top of the shoulders, there are hundreds of tiny holes in the fabric, like infinitely small, where you can't see through them, but there's something that you can feel the airflow through. And she says, now, lie face first on this table here. And I'm going to give you a fair warning. The first few may sting, but after that you will feel all of those different energies release in your body. They will help you find serenity and calm. Or you could just be very mad at me for the next half an hour, and sometimes that's the way it goes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you know now that the second one is probably what we're going to get. But I'm willing to try this.
Okay. So with that, as you get on the table face first, as she does begin to pull out these very, very, very thin needles, you panic for a moment because this woman is obviously blind. And
right.
So you can just kind of feel her, with these very, very soft hands, you can feel her sort of trace along your shoulders or near your shoulder blades, and just sort of tap for a moment, looking for areas of tension and specific areas. And as soon as she gets there, she can feel these different things. You feel the needle. And the first few, you anticipate them to sting or to hurt, and they do just a little bit. But then as soon as she goes 4 and 5 and 6, it no longer is that stinging sensation. You realize that was just your fear of being punctured. But the needles are so thin, you realize you barely feel them. Because after 3 or 4, you would keep going, ow, ooh, ah, or you would just sort of grimace or make a noise. And she kind of leans over towards you and says, my dear, I want to let you know that the last 3 times you went, ow, I did not put a needle in.
Really?
Really, really. Just relax.
Oh, wow, okay. I really should be used to this.
Did you feel that?
A little? What am I supposed to be feeling?
Exactly. Just relax. And with that, she'll continue to go through piece by piece by piece, small little puncture at a time. And eventually, you just kind of begin to ignore it. And it's weird. You can feel this. After probably 20 of these needles, you do feel your body begin to like truly relax and like unwind. Like you, Cecily, on this board feels like taffy melting, like just kind of like slowly pulling apart and just stretching. Like you feel like you're 4 feet wide right now.
in a way, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Alrighty. So, with that, we will hop over to Bianca. So, Bianca, you immediately leave the shop after seeing that Cecily's all taken care of and tucked away and that she's good and she's not going to get, like, murdered. you head off and you take a small, quick, brief stroll through the different rushing waterways, the stone and wooden bridges interconnecting everything in this area. And people will look at you and they smile, they wave, they go back to tending to their small little personal gardens for their own little homes. You can see different people currently like herding different small groups of animals in larger pastures on the sort of bottom layer. Until eventually you make your way around a corner to where this older woman told you to go. And you can see a younger man, elven, maybe in his, at least maturity-wise, looks like he's in his 30s or 40s. So probably he's maybe, 80 to 120 years old as an elf. And you can see him just kind of tilling a small garden in his front yard. And as you approach, he waves and gives a smile. And, hello there.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt you.
You are fine.
I just came from the acupuncturist down that way, and she's helping out my friend right now, so I thought I'd help her out. She mentioned some incense that you had for her.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I forgot that I was going to take those to her yesterday. Well, I'm glad you're here. The last thing I want to do is keep Dawa waiting. Yeah, you wait right here. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Man enters small little abode, exits back out with a bundle of incense and hands them to you and says, I believe that was all she ordered. Not all she wanted, I guess I should say.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you so much.
Of course. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
That you get back down.
Taking it back.
Okay. Alrighty. So you arrive back, and as you do, you sort of go back into the small room off to the side, and for a moment you're horrified because Cecily is not moving and probably has 200 needles in her back. Like all the way from like her calf all the way up to like near the like base of her neck.
How do you feel, Cecily? Please respond.
There we go.
Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I don't want to interrupt you. I know you are busy. Where would you like these?
Oh, the incense, yes. If you could set one in the holder right there and start burning it, I think that would be just the thing to help her reach max comfortness.
Sure thing. And she'll put one in the holder and light it with her fingers.
Ah, my favorite. And with that, she's out of needles off to her side, so at that point she's just going to sort of turn around and sort of feel around for a moment until she finds a larger chair, and she just kind of plops down into it and sits there for a moment.
I guess Bianca will also just take a seat. Just chill out.
Okay. So as you're sitting next to this older Loshari woman, Dawa, she just sort of looks over generally to you and says, "So, my dear, if you do not mind me asking, is there a reason you did not want to participate?"
Oh, I just am very sensitive. I got a lot of energy already flowing through me. I don't know if it'd be good to mess with it too much more than it already has been, if that makes sense.
I suppose there are many times where we have violent storms raging inside us, and we are afraid to let them out. It is understandable. But suppose if we never let the storm out, is there ever a chance it will end? I don't know.
I don't know either. It's just kind of a scary storm. You know?
I have a question for you, and I hope that it isn't too personal.
Okay.
Whenever I light an incense, I always need a match to light it. But I heard no striking of a match. I just heard
no.
the incense begin to burn.
Yeah. I got that ability. Gift from my bloodline, I guess. If you catch what I mean.
Ah, yes. Born with infernal blood, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it can be frightening, I know. I have known many in my life who were born the same. They struggled with who they were and what their purpose was. They struggled with that storm. Let me ask you something. Your name again?
Bianca Dusong.
Bianca. A beautiful name, Bianca Dusong.
Thank you.
But tell me, is a leaf's only purpose to fall?
I don't think so.
Then I believe you should have no fear of letting that storm out. You are more than whatever people think you are, regardless of if it's the fact of your blood or actions you've taken. You are so much more than those things. Your purpose is not just to fall or to be a storm. It can be so much more. But it's up to you to make that decision.
I think I've been taking steps in the right direction. I hope I have been. I don't know if today I was really ready to say that storm is done.
Well, just from our short conversation, I am of the opinion that you deserve to have the storm be finished. It sounds like you've earned it.
Thank you.
Well,
I appreciate that.
you are welcome, and I think that it is just about time for these needles to be removed. I would ask for help in this, but best leave it to a professional.
I agree. Good call.
Okay, so with that, Dawa gets up and one by one, very slowly, very rhythmically, just one by one, removing needle after needle after needle after needle. And it's so odd to watch, Bianca, as you weren't here when she was putting them in because you were off and away. But watching her remove them is like watching somebody sew or weave threads together, where just one by one by one by one in a rhythmic pattern, pulling the threads out, pulling the needles out, and sets them off to the side and pulls another and sets it off to the side, till eventually, Cecily, the only one that you feel is the last one that that she pulls out, and it isn't a painful pull. It is this sense of return. That feeling you get when you are having a good dream, and that good dream slowly fades into you waking up on a beautiful morning, as you just are awoken by the scent of burning incense and a sense of comfiness. Comfortness.
Max comfortness.
Max comfortness.
Yes. Yeah, she's gonna just kind of like bleary-eyed, sort of like nap-faced. Just kind of look up and be like, Bianca, how long have you been there?
Not very.
Okay. Hey, lady, I think that shit worked.
Ah. Well, good. I'm glad you felt that way. I was a little worried you were going to hate me by the end of it, but seems like you came around.
I did. Oh, man. What a long day. It's like a whole second day now.
Would you
You ever-
believe me if I told you it was only 2:30?
Fuck. And she's gonna turn to the old woman and just say very genuinely, like, you ever nap and you wake up and it's like the same day, but now it's like 2 days, you know? Like it's like a whole nother day, and you're like, gee, like how many days are there, you know?
Yes. A feeling I am all too familiar with.
Okay, not just me. Cool. And she'll just like slowly just off the table and go get dressed again. And I imagine she's kind of just like, you know, like slowly spins an arm or something with full range of motion and is like, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
you feel mighty flexible. Like it is.
Nice.
Man, you're like, man, I could probably do a cartwheel right now.
I can probably go balance on that stick. Yeah.
That'll show him.
Well, but yeah, she'll get just dressed again and kind of just emerge a new person after the sort of grogginess wears off. Be like, "Ah, okay. Well, do I owe you anything other than, you know, Miss Moneybags here getting the incense?
Honestly, just feeling the way you walk now is payment enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it is nice.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for your time. It was nice speaking with you.
And it was wonderful speaking with you as well. Enjoy the rest of your second day.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, and I imagine as we're heading out too, Cecily's gonna kind of just look at the falls and everything and kind of actually be looking at it for the first time. You know, because first she was dead and then she met her clone dad, so like I don't think she's really processed anything yet.
What do you mean?
But she'll actually kind of look around and just be like, are colors brighter here? Is that
Bianca's gonna squint her eyes because it's probably still pretty sunny out, so she probably always is kind of squinting at this point. I'm not the person to ask. I'm sorry.
wow? You should come out when it's less sunny. You need to see this shit.
Oh, I saw it last night. Oh my gosh. The view from at the top of the tower was beautiful.
Yo. Night watch? I'm doing night watch.
You should. The river does something incredible, and I'm not gonna tell you what. You just gotta go see it.
Ah. Man. It's like I never looked at a waterfall before.
I'm glad we did this. You seem very refreshed.
You know, I did make a promise before I came back. Something along the lines of trying to appreciate what's around me every day. Last time I made a big promise like that, I didn't do very good. I did fucking terrible, actually. But I might as well try with this one.
So far, you're off to a good start.
Yeah. Do they sell apples around here anywhere?
Why do you think we need some?
I think if I'm gonna tell you anything, we're gonna need a bucket.
I'll look into getting some apples.
Okay.
Bianca, you think you remember seeing some at Konya's stall.
We're going back to Konya. He's never getting rid of me.
He's under the impression that we are all Bianca's sidekicks.
Yeah.
We just keep
Main character energy.
which partially true. I buy it.
Alrighty. So with that, the two of you head off to Konya to hopefully buy some apples. In the meantime, though, we'll cut to our two people having a run. Going for a jog. Yeah, Suni, Morwen, how hard are you two? Are you two racing or are you just running?
I mean, Orin would start fairly hard. I mean, not like full on like Captain America sprint by any means. But she likes her runs. So she would take it seriously.
Will match if he can and try to just very slightly go a little faster.
She'll let that happen.
Okay. Won't take it as a provocation and be like, all right, bitch.
Nah.
Okay. All right. And
But
I'd
like
say,
when Morin started the run, she'd kind of be heading like slightly uphill, not like up like a mountain path, but somewhere just kind of away from it all, somewhere where like she felt like once they kind of got somewhere, they could get like a really good view of things again.
yeah, sure, no problem. You could definitely start that on your run and not going like sprinting up a mountainside like a billy goat, but you could definitely make your way around, or a mountain goat, I mean. Anyway.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, you could, making your way around, running through these sort of slight inclines. Eventually, you do get to the same small overlook that you've been to before. It's a good, nice run in terms of length, and then also the view at the end is a good payoff. Also, mostly downhill on the way back, so it's an easier way down than it is up. So,
Yeah.
spend maybe probably 20 minutes running there, just, running at your pace, going back and forth between jogging and running and sprinting and alternating until eventually you get up to be able to take in the view.
So yeah, once they get there, Morin would kind of stop and just be like, I think this is a good stop for a break before we head back.
Yeah, the view certainly makes it all seem worth it.
As you guys are looking down, you can see Cecily and Bianca walk into a small little shop.
I try to throw a pebble at Cecily. I know I'll miss, but I'm going to try anyway.
Okay. You miss. It's...
Ah! They hit someone else.
They're like 500 feet away, yeah. Probably more, actually, but yeah, you throw it. Spoop, lands in the water.
Too bad I don't have the slingshot anymore.
Oh, you had a slingshot.
Doesn't exist.
Huh. Alright. So how are you feeling about things?
Well, as much as I hate to say it, I'm pretty fucking scared.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw what Odin can do. Teleporting right back in the middle of that den after killing
Yeah.
his grandsons. Yeah, terrified. You sound surprised.
I don't know, every time we've fought anything, I don't know. Scared isn't something that I would ever have thought would have been in your vocabulary.
I've met people who tried to pretend like they weren't afraid of anything. But it's usually pretty easy to see through it.
Yeah.
And to be frank, if someone looked at Odin and wasn't afraid, they're an idiot.
That's true. We all saw him use lightning to rip someone's arm off.
Yes, we did.
And that's pretty horrible.
Yeah. Can't even imagine what the others are capable of. We didn't even fight Magni and Modi at full strength.
Yeah.
They were injured before they even got to us. Granted, so were we, but still. What about Cecily, though?
I don't know. I hope she's gonna be okay. I'm a little worried about her. I mean, obviously we all were.
Sure.
But I don't know. I'm worried, but I'm not. I don't know if that makes sense. I think it seems like things are starting to make sense for her.
I think you're concerned, but you have faith in her own strength that she'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's a conflicting feeling, I understand.
Looking at all of the things that Odin and Thor and Magni and Modi and all of them can do, and I know that Cecily is not actually part of that family, but if Tyr's bloodline is anything like Odin's, that girl is gonna be fucking terrifying when she figures all her shit out.
Well, good thing she has friends like you, Bianca, Shima, to keep her steady, doesn't she?
And you and Carasilla.
You know, there's something I need to be honest about you with.
What's that?
Hrothgar.
Okay.
When you talked to Carousel and I, everything I said was the truth. All those thoughts did go through my mind. But that wasn't the only reason that I did what I did.
Okay.
And I'm not very proud to admit this, but you apologizing in front of everyone, you know, I know even that can be scary in a different way, so this is something that you deserve to know. The other reason that I attacked him so viciously, again, yes, part of it was to make sure that Carasilla and the rest of us weren't connected to the attack. I wanted Odin to know that we, didn't hold any ill will towards him, because I didn't want to get kicked out of the temple and lose our chance. But Suni, I also was just very, very angry. You didn't know me before all this happened, but back in Bromsgrove, I know we've talked about it a little bit, but I was nobody. I did odd jobs where I could. It was mainly, helping move crates off of ships into warehouses or rolling barrels, just physical labor didn't mean anything, didn't help anyone. No one was truly bettered for what I was doing. Then our opportunity with the Children of the Flame came up. And Carousel and I joined, and the structure was something I was used to, so I took to life pretty easily. The training, the waking up at early, going to bed late, it didn't bother me that much. And then I listened to my commander. I got close to her, and I listened, and I learned, and I got good. I was good at what I did. Then Carousel and I were promoted. We got our own team. We made sure that everything was going well. We didn't cross any lines that we swore we would never cross. We helped people, and we punished those that needed to be punished. I did everything I could to be a good soldier. Then Delmer's Pass happened. And like that, she'll snap her finger, everything was just ripped away. And most of the story after that. Found you guys. And then we found Hrothgar, an old light bearer who there was so many good stories about him, the work that he did and what he did to help change the world and make it better. And not only that, but he was the guy we were supposed to find in the letter, Lightbearer's last command to us. And I thought, this is the guy. This is the guy that's going to fix everything. And I held that faith for a long time. But in that moment when he attacked Odin, I just felt worthless again. How could he not care about me? I did everything that was asked of me. I followed all the rules. I tried to help those around me. Everything. And it didn't matter to him. How could it not matter? And she'll just kind of pause and kind of look down.
I know what you mean, in a way. And I didn't have the realization until a little later, but... Or as much of the build-up as you did, I guess, but... I was really hoping that after what happened in the inn, I was hoping that he was going to be my answer, I guess, to a lot of the things, and I wanted to protect that. And it was hard finding out that he wasn't, I guess. Just more questions and not the person I thought he was going to be, and I don't know. I wish it had ended up differently, but
yeah, me too. But we have our chance now. We can go back and we can stop all of this from happening. We're this close.
And we're gonna do it.
Hell yeah, we are.
Thank you for sharing all of that with me. I know that it wasn't an easy adjustment on your end or on mine. And I'm sorry. I'm trying every day to be the person that I should be. That I know I can be. But Yeah, it's hard. But thank you for giving me another chance.
Think nothing of it. We're all constantly working to be who we're trying to be. The important part is that we're getting there.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought you should know.
That means a lot.
Well, that was a good break. Should we get back to it then?
Yeah, I'll race you back.
You're on. And Morn won't hold back on the way back.
All right, and
Mobile feet.
yep, I need you guys to both make athletics checks, and Morwin, because of your mobile feet, you get to make yours with advantage.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was really bad.
Clonk.
Alright, let's see here. Just roll twice. Joe, that was a natural 20 on the first one.
God damn it.
Oh, Suni, you were
I
feeling
am Captain America.
Yeah, you were feeling pretty good on the way up. You were like, no, I've got a good feeling about this fight. And you realize just how much stamina Morwin has. As maybe the first little bit of the race, Morwin is like testing you and seeing how hard you can push yourself. And lets you kind of get ahead a little bit. And then Morwin kicks it into a ridiculous gear and just runs right past you, sort of arms like robot chop style, just sprinting right past you.
Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator running.
After Morwin gets enough ahead, soon he's just gonna kind of stop in his tracks and like hunch over, hands on his knees, going, "What the fuck?"
Still going.
Alrighty.
Maybe Morwin is a hustler. I didn't think about it like this.
Alrighty. And with that, eventually, Morwin, you do make your way back to the tower, and Suni, a couple minutes later, is there right behind you, out of breath and ready to take a nap.
She's sitting on the roof of her legs, dangling over it with a glass of water in her hands. Hey, buddy.
I want to hear it.
Okay. She starts drinking.
All right.
And then he'll just fall flat onto his back and stay there.
I'm sure he's fine.
All right. So, as that moment comes to a close, before we hop to Karasilla and Ashima, we're going to go ahead and take just a very, very quick break, and we will be right back to see how it goes talking to the cultural advisor of this small little hidden valley in Loshar. We're going to go ahead and hop to a break, and we'll be right back. Wow, wow. We're back, and we're gonna start playing right now. So, diving right back in where we had left off, our group of adventurers had found themselves in the mountainous region of Loshar, specifically within a hidden valley of this place, an area protected from the gaze of Odin and the Dark One, or any dark forces that wish to influence them or harm them. In this safety, the party has had time to rest and reflect before they need to return to Fjardeleth, to steal back the stone from Odin that Dark Friends had stolen from Oriana, and also to make their way back in time to prevent the heist of Brahmsgrave. Why is Cecily just not there?
Am I the currently insane thing?
I'm here.
Oh, I can.
Wait, is it just my screen then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try refreshing.
That's funny. Ignore me.
In the upper left.
She's
There's
right
just a
underneath.
blank space, a hole where there should be a Cecily.
No one sees you when you're in the corner.
So,
That wasn't a reference, by the way. I just did that.
okay. So everybody has just sort of been taking time to rest and reflect and relax in the few days that they have before they need to go back into the lion's den. They've been using this time in different ways. Some party members have been seeking acupuncture. Some have been exercising. And now we come to two of our adventurers, Ashima and Carasilla. Starting to become a reoccurring duo. I just realized.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna be best friends.
Best friends. So, the two of you begin making your way towards where you might be able to find. Let's see. Sorry, just trying to get my thing here. Oh wow. Okay. So making your way throughout the
Oh, no.
no, I was double checking something else real quick. I mean, yeah, that is her name, Dorji, but I was looking for something else. So making your way through the different city streets to where she is. And you can see that with the instruction that Laufey would have given you on where to find each one of them, you make your way towards the back of this larger stone structure, flanked by these waterfalls. And you can see that there is a small cottage that sort of extends around, and there is this large fence that moves around the house and sort of collides with the mountain walls next to it. And you can see a woman sitting out on what looks to be a metal chair with a small table next to her, with a teapot and a cup that you can currently see steam rising off of. As you see, the woman in front of you is definitely older, probably in her late 50s, a human woman. You can see a couple of scars on her face, and you can see her hair is currently done up in a very fashionable way with different flowers placed into it in different areas, wearing clothing of like green, teal, and orange. As you see Dorji sitting in front of her house, sipping on tea. So you can see her sitting there, sipping, and as she makes eye contact, there is a moment where she sees you, Carasilla, and her brows kind of furrow, just for a moment, and then she looks to you, Ashima, and you can see her eyebrows lift, and she smiles. And immediately greets you, Ashima, and says, "Well, it is not very often that we see fellow Loshari here. But I apologize for perhaps maybe being a little too curt. But while you have the look, at least, clothing-wise, of a Loshari, your face is that of a pilgrim, am I right?"
You are correct. I do come from a pilgrim stock, but I was given to Sungpai Monastery. I was very young.
Wait a minute. A halfling? Songpai Monastery? And you can see her eyebrows kind of lift up as a smile comes across her face. It is a great honor to have you here. I believe it is Master Ashima now, correct?
Only to one. To you, I would simply call a fellow friend in this world, and he'll bow.
Well, you do me such a kindness, and she will return the bow. I must have you know, I have spent much of my life following the 5 books of harmony. It has helped me find great peace in my life, especially, well, after just as they write about the calamities that we all go through, and how we must find harmony afterwards. But I did have a question for you, and I'm sure that you receive questions all the time, so if you'd prefer not to answer, I understand. But I had something that I wanted to ask you about.
You would be surprised how few I get. I would welcome them.
Good. And Carasilla just not even looking at you. So,
Yeah, she's still just vibing.
when it comes to the truths of harmony, obviously I understand that these steps are, they lead from one to the other. At least that is how I have always seen it, is that when you achieve one, it becomes easier to achieve the next. But not always. When it says harmony is created when the answer to the question of balance is found, I have to ask, is the question of balance the same for everyone, or does it vary from person to person? Because I have been searching for that answer for a while, and I have not yet found it.
Balance is always difficult. And then gesturing to Carasilla. My friend Carasilla has found much balance in her life through music, performance, altruism to others, and other ways. People come in different shapes and sizes, and thus do their bodies and souls in the same way.
Well, it's very interesting, and I appreciate the thought. If I'm being entirely honest, I would have never thought that an esteemed scholar and monk such as yourself would travel with a gleeman. Obviously, they are renowned in a different way, but it's good to hear that this is a good gleeman, especially if you would give them such high praise.
But if I may, your problem is not with the 5th, but with the 1st. All energy is recycled and transferred. All that belongs to me belongs to all others. You are I, and I are we. And we are one. What belongs to me and what is good for me is as good for a gleeman, is as good for a prisoner. We are this recycled key of the world.
That is very true, Master Ashima, but isn't it also true that 2 forces in opposition can only exist before so long before conflict arises? If our worldviews are different, and if it seems as though a gleeman's worldviews and opinions would be in conflict with those of someone like me, conflict is bound to happen.
To interrupt in such a directed question, but don't you think a little bit of variety is the spice of life? I mean, I'm not sure what opinions you think I have, but I can assure you I'm not here to, well, create problems, if that's what you're thinking.
Looking at you, Ashima, always the opinion of the Gleeman. Come to, and now looking at you, Carasilla, come to share stories, come to bring brightness and life, they say. But then what do? They take our stories, they change them, they make them suit whatever audience they tell them to, and then they make a profit from it. Not the point of our stories. Our stories are meant to teach, to educate.
And all stories do. That's why they change. Different audiences need different messages. That's why you could hear someone tell the same tale.
Well, then
across,
could you not
all of the
create your
Salamander and
own
it'd be
story
different.
instead of stealing ours? You are a Gleeman, you can write your own. Any
This is true.
Gleeman can write their own stories, not steal from ours. But I
Yes, I think there is a
apologize.
fine difference
I
between
apologize
theft and
for
sharing.
being so curt and so rude to a friend of Master Ashima's. You are welcome here, as long as he welcomes you here.
But I thank you for your welcome.
I'm glad it is well received.
There's a train. There's no other way to say this. 1 minute.
Hoo hoo. Oh, owls. I love
You guys want to
those.
hear it?
Yeah, train.
We love living here. Anyways, not all opposition and not all conflict need be malicious. And I hope that perhaps we will find harmony in this altercation. But we have come to you. You are perhaps wiser than I currently about the state of cultural affairs in the area, particularly among the Detsi.
Yes, it is a sore spot, to say the least, in the current months and weeks that we have experienced most recently. I'm sure Lao Fei has shared with you much of what we have seen and what we have heard.
A great darkness overtakes them.
Yes. A great darkness indeed. We have heard that many of the Dead Sea, that they leave the dragon's ears. They abandon their homes and their herds, leaving them wandering in search of a great keep buried within the mountain. And inside this keep, apparently it is rumored that they will find a great treasure, a great secret, and they will be rewarded for it. But those who have survived the attacks of the Dead Sea, at least those who have fallen to this darkness, they say that the people most are taken alive. And those who refuse to go, or they fight too much, they are killed.
Sorrowful. Have there been any attempts to contact the elders?
Well, and you can see that in a moment of very obvious weakness of Dorji, she does falter a little bit and trip over her words just slightly as she says, Laufey spoke to them after the first occurrence and has not heard from them since. That was some 6 months past. You see, Master Ashima, behind me, behind this wall here, is a cave. Through several complicated passageways and traversing, one could find a dragon's ear. A way to one. I sit out here most nights and mornings, waiting for a Dead Sea to arrive, waiting for any of them to come, to talk with them, to provide aid. But I myself, I cannot enter. It is not for me to traverse what is sacred to them. So it is an odd feeling to have a way to go speak with them, to try and help and commune with them, but to not have the power to do so.
You do brave work. Patient work, all the same. Our battle against the Great Darkness may take us all over, but I promise you this. These attacks will be stopped in this cycle. Within this year.
You can see Dorji smiles at that. This is good to hear. And might I say, if it is not too bold, Master Ashima, know that there are many who look forward to making the pilgrimage to Songpai Monastery. And, well, seeing the next reincarnation. You must know that, well, you for one must be excited to teach again. Reincarnation of
as much as I know, if I can be candid with you, as much as I know that it will be my master again, it's almost sad in a way. I can't quite explain it.
No, I think that makes sense. But for every time you gain a student, it seems as though you lose a friend.
And once you've learned everything from a teacher, you no longer need them. it's a morose thing to lose a teacher or a student. A happy occasion, as you said, a joyous one to have a new one. But a sad thing to lose a teacher.
I guess, as Wong Yu said, there is no more terrible moment of enlightenment in which you discover that your father is a man made of flesh and blood.
That's true. It's very true.
Well, Master Ashima, I want you to know that your pain is felt, but also rejoicing is happening as well. And more so will happen now knowing that you are back home with us.
Happiness is a garden. You cannot reap the benefits without first planting seeds of it in others.
No.
And I think I must spread happiness of my own before I can truly foster it. Thank you, Dorji. This has been enlightening.
Well, I consider myself very blessed to have Master Ashima consider that I have enlightened him. Considering what you, Tongwu, have done for me. Thank you, it is a great honor.
And he'll turn to Carasilla. Shall we take our leave, or were there more questions you had?
I think we are okay with just that. Thank you for your time, Dorji.
You are quite welcome. It was a great honor meeting you in the flesh, Master Ashima. And enjoy your stay here in Loshar, Carasilla.
And he'll bow and begin to walk away with Carasilla.
Okay.
And wait a little bit before they get far enough away. I've been thinking about rewriting some things of my own. You know that? I think that makes me nearly as bad as a Gleeman, I suppose.
Why do you think it makes it a bad thing?
I don't. I don't at all. One of his aphorisms was, "Flowers can always be found by those who go looking." And if you look for mud, you will only find that. The last part is my addition. Something I don't think I would have been able to do without perhaps a little bit of attachment. A little bit of less stoicism. Because you, Carasilla, are a flower that must be found by many. And will be.
Well, thank you, Ashima. I think.
And besides, she didn't even really follow the first tenet, so I don't, she's a long way to go.
Oh well, in all honesty, it's not that uncommon to find people that, well, disagree with me. Normally over the whole white cloak thing, but people have their opinions, and well, they're allowed to.
I'm unfamiliar with this cloak, not the gleeman one.
White cloak? Oh, it's just another name for Children of the Flame. It's how some refer to us. Normally in a more derogatory fashion, but not exactly the most popular everywhere. And it seems like this is simply one of the places. I was almost going to ask about, well, was any history there? But I have a feeling that she wouldn't exactly take too warmly to adding another thing that's a bit more controversial, I suppose.
People in Loshar are distrustful of those who trust in gods. That's why the Detsi are, well, the Detsi. Thousands of years ago at the formation of the culture and the land, the nation, there were those who did not follow the teachings of Tongwu and Fane. They believed in the gods. But you would not recognize their worship as your worship. They hold reference in Bahamut and Tiamat. Good and evil. Order and chaos. A balance. And just as there must be in a Acidic Zen people who believe in self-determination, recycling of energy and ki, reincarnation, escaping from, one driven existence, there must also be people who pursue such things. People who make joyful noise. There must be light and dark. That is the answer to her question. She wasn't ready to hear it yet. She needs to find that on her own. The question of
It's
balance.
a valid thing as any. I think a balance is something important, obviously, but well, I guess part of that dedication to the flame, I think there could be a lot more light than there is dark. But light should come from that darkness, not necessarily get rid of it, destroy it. At least not in most circumstances. It's at least how I think things should be.
Agreed. Light sustains us. But blinding light can make shadows. So it is good that perhaps we differ in faith and different ideology. How you say, variety is the spice of life.
Certainly agree there.
Now, as we go, if you are going to write any songs about Loshar, and he'll reach into his bag again and take out a scroll, I have several passages that I am very particular you do not abridge on.
Well, I feel like I should preface by saying I'm less of a composer and more of a sharer of stories. Or I guess a thief in, well, her eyes. But, I mean, I think it's valuable for all ideas to be out there, and from what I've seen, your teachings are worth something. So, I mean, perhaps at a later date we could work something out.
Sounds fair to me. Ironically, the first one that I want to be verbatim is plan your future, but do so in chalk. And it'll kind of trail off with some other things.
Yeah, I guess just meander on back to where the others are.
Yeah.
Where I've been staying.
All right. Cool. So with that, I'd probably say that Cecily and Bianca, you would actually end up reuniting with Ashima and Carasilla on the way back, as Morwin and Desmond, or Morwin and Suni have probably been back at the tower for a while now. Suni probably still catching their breath, and Morwin just fine. But before we get there, Cecily, well, Carasilla and Ashima, you can see that as the two of them approach, Cecily is moving like butter, like she like smooth, like she is like gliding almost as she's just kind of moving through the area, and you can see her just like a kid in a candy store, just looking around at all of the different things, the waterfall, the different birds flying around, the butterflies flapping their wings, just kind of drinking it all in.
Good to see you in such good spirits.
Are you seeing this shit? She's just gonna point at, like, a cliff that looks like all of the other ones. Just be like, fucking look at this. And
Have
there's
you
like
never looked around at your surroundings before, Cecily? Is that why you were truly so grumpy before?
Rude. Yes. Probably.
You go looking for flowers.
Yeah, right. That probably means something.
You're finding things in the world that are good. Because
Yeah.
you want them to be.
I guess so. It's also a cool place, but that's only part of it.
It is very cool.
Yeah. It's groovy. Huh? Ashima, come on. Say the thing. It's groovy.
It is groovy.
Yeah.
Am I missing
Alright.
something here?
Yeah.
Cecily will go ahead and walk into the tower.
By the
What happened
way,
to people?
oh, sorry, go ahead, Connor.
Whatever happened to people saying swish? Thank goodness that's not a thing anymore. Pilgrims.
I'm so mad that I let you speak for that.
Take your words back right now.
Oh no, that was wonderful.
I refer people to the Discord image meme that I posted.
God.
That's amazing.
Jesus.
Jesus.
In this fucking tower.
Anyway, by the way, Cecily, you've seen 2 other conversations with Konya, so We'll just do like a quick little flashback where the only thing that he said to you as you approached with Bianca, he was like, "Oh, wait, that was not his voice." Oh shit! What did he sound like?
A little
Kind
Irish.
of. Bad boy, you know, like that.
I think
Spot on.
that hurt more than helped.
Sorry.
He's speaking.
You're allowed to.
He's speaking a different language now. Well, oh,
Say
wait, no,
boyo.
stop, boyo. There we go, Eric.
There it is.
Hey, found
Sure. Bianca, it's great to see you again.
Yeah.
And he kind of stops and looks at Cecily. Huh. You know, for a moment, I thought you were going to keep bringing odd people around. It's different that you're bringing a human girl.
Oh, don't worry, she's odd. So we need apples.
Okay. Apples. All right. So
Just your biggest basket of apples.
you got it. So let me get this straight. The first time you come to me, it's to clean your blood blade that's some 500 to 1,500 years old. He sets the basket of apples down in front of him. Next time you come to me, you've got a woman that could probably lift me up and throw me needing splint armor. And now, smacks the apples, you need apples.
Hey, third time's a charm. I think we got everything now. Maybe. We'll see.
Don't make a promise you can't keep.
This is fair.
Well, there are your apples for... Are you... I just have to ask, are you the main character in a story? Because that's really what it seems like to me.
I just want you to meet all my side characters.
Oh, there are more?
Oh, there's more. You haven't met? I think you haven't met one more.
You know what? If they don't make their way over here, I'll just use my imagination. And
That's fair.
right now I'm picturing, ooh, you know what I think would really sort of fix the puzzle? It would really, really make it as ridiculous as possible. A turtle. That's what I'm imagining.
Oh,
He didn't come with us.
no, but
What?
we do have a turtle
That
friend.
is... You have one of those?
Oh my gosh, yeah, and he's the best. I miss him so much.
Hubert.
Oh, and his name was Hubert. Fuck off. Fuck off. That's not real. You're lying to me. Take your apples and fuck off.
Bianca will pick up the apples while laughing.
Cecily's just genuinely baffled. Like, is that the weird part?
Well, you got to pay for those. You can't just take them.
Oh, right. How much?
Well, I want to charge you more for attempting thievery, but 1 silver piece.
Well, it wasn't really thievery. I just I lost track.
You lost. Oh yeah, that's a real. That's a yeah.
Yeah, that's what I used to say when I got caught.
You know what? 2 copper pieces. No, wait. Oh shit. 2 silver pieces.
Here, have a gold piece just to prove my point.
Okay. Well, no, that's not. That's not how trading works. You don't.
I don't really care.
Do you really? This is like. This is a crazy tip. You understand that?
Okay, I've come 3 different times and shown you all my crazy friends and gave you a gold piece. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
I just feel like. I mean, I can pin your accent. You're definitely from Bellaclara. You should not be willing to. You're a copper pincher. That's what you are.
We could die literally in the next 3 days. I really don't care how much money I have on me, if that makes any sense.
I don't even have money. I mean, I have friends with money, so...
Oh, so you're a mutual.
Kinda.
I see where this one's weirdness comes from. I understand. And you know
I
what?
am not... I gave all my money to the temple. That's why I
You
don't have any money.
Give all your money to a temple.
Are you mocking one of the only good things I've ever done?
Oh
Fuck,
my
I
God.
guess it sounds like it. Jeez, you fucking daft one. All your money to a temple. You realize they don't have to pay for shit in the first place, right? What do they need your money for? You just line the pockets of some fat arsed priest is what you did. Well, enjoy your apples, girlos.
All right, yeah, let's get going. And Bianca's gonna take Cecily, so hopefully she doesn't react at all.
The only good thing I've done in my life. Oh, and I thought the Dragonborn was fucked.
He's a bit rough,
Yeah.
you know.
All the acupuncture gone to waste now.
She is twisted. Her spine is at a 90-degree angle. It's just, but she's kind of just gonna be stiffly as they're walking back, like, should I have given that money somewhere else?
Well, okay, so
Yes!
you didn't know. A lot of people don't know. In Bella Clara, basically all money is dirty. It doesn't really matter. There's no like good spending, if that makes sense. It's hard because any donation you give, there's, a percentage that goes back because money, money, money. Everything's really expensive. So, I mean, hell, even like people who supported me, they're like, oh, support small businesses. Well, you don't. You support the whole. You see what I mean? So don't beat yourself up over it, okay?
Just kind of thought that the priest lady that healed me the one time could use some more stuff.
And she probably did, She probably was much better off and probably did, necessary repairs to the temple with the percentage that she was able to use. He doesn't know who got the money. He's just going based off of his own pre-decided image of what a temple and a priest does.
Okay, whatever. I used to kind of think like him.
That's
Maybe
fair.
he's right, but kind of just sounds like a dick.
I think there's a little bit of truth in most perspectives. Not all of them. And I think it's healthy to be able to see a lot of different sides and find the truth somewhere in the middle. I don't think really, it's all based on situations.
Well, let's just not trust me with the gold anymore. And she will, roll her shoulders and be back to normal and then float like butter. And then we had that one conversation.
And now you're back at the door, and you
now
can
we're
see,
back at the door.
and as you enter, you can see Suni and Morwen sitting inside, and Suni has probably caught his breath now, but definitely you can tell that Suni's wearing a look of defeat.
Tail between the legs, head down low.
Morgan's just leaning back in a chair. Her feet are up on the table. Hey, guys.
You guys good?
Yeah, we got an awesome
Ichi.
runner high. View was beautiful. Just
I
excellent.
think I know exactly what happened.
Fuck off, Cecily.
Are you
Morgan-
sure?
Morgan just nods her head to confirm Cecily's suspicions.
Yeah, she's just gonna look at you, Morwen, and be like, he confirmed it too.
Had a feeling.
Fuck off, Cecily.
One more time and I'll go. You'll never see me again.
How can I do that to somebody who died yesterday?
That's the spirit. I'm good at running away, too. Don't tempt me.
Kind of our whole group's shtick, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm extra good. And she's just gonna kind of float over to her bed and just flop.
I'll take first watch tonight.
Oh, shit! Watch! I'll take, one of them. I heard there's a thing.
I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm more just...
No,
honest.
with the thing. I want to see the thing.
Oh, yeah, the thing.
Yeah. Suni, do you know about the thing?
I know about lots of...
Okay. Alright. Well, there's the thing.
I'm also happy to take a watch. It is nicer on my eyes. But I also don't have to.
So we got.
I mean, the evening's not quite upon us, so I mean, if no one else is if everyone's taking their own watches, then well, I imagine I'm going to be late at the tavern. So.
Oh, the tavern! I almost forgot.
Oh, the
We
other
gotta go to
thing!
the tavern.
I forgot. I just hear like, oh.
Sorry about that.
Let's go to the tavern. Let's have a
Alcohol
party.
and music.
Head over, harass Aaron, it'd be great.
Tavern time. Tavern
Hell
time.
yeah.
Alright. Watches later.
Yeah.
We haven't had tavern time in a long ass, or a group-wide
Mhm.
tavern time anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Last time would have been in Tier's Tier.
Yeah, and that doesn't really count because so much bullshit was going on there.
It's also like, I mean, we had Oriana's group, but it wasn't like, a random assortment of people. It was like two groups with beer.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, if Carisa's allowed, I can't remember what Aaron was saying if he was performing that evening or not. But yeah, if she's able to do anything, any tips and shit she gets, she would just keep it to keep that bar open, get drinks flowing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, if you're just the opener tonight, that's still really cool. That's a big step, How many people can say that?
Open for Aaron, Maryland. I don't know. Probably not many, so I don't think.
Yeah.
It's not my man. Anyway.
I opened for
Not to
Aaron,
roast.
Maryland.
Anyway.
Is he famous or something?
He's just a guy.
Just
Alright.
a guy.
Just
Have
a little
only
guy,
heard of
no.
him twice,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the first was in a mine.
Yeah,
It's not
I
like he's
heard,
a particularly famous gleeman or anything, right?
I heard about him in an abandoned
No,
mine.
Gleeman aren't famous because of their names. Like they don't. The people aren't famous. It's the idea of being a Gleeman that draws a crowd.
Feeling like a
Blue.
blue night. That's pretty good.
They're like Harlem Globetrotters. you don't know any of them, but you know when they're in town.
Yep. Yep.
That's it. That's so funny.
I mean, that's a really good comparison, honestly. I mean,
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Write that in your notes, Joe. Like Harlem Globetrotters.
With the Rockettes or something.
and yeah.
Man. The Blue Man Group. Well, they're more individual, I guess.
I don't know.
If I see a blue man, I'm gonna freak
Yeah,
out though.
I don't know any blue man, so I don't know any of the men. So yeah. Alrighty. Well, you head on down to the tavern, and you can see that as soon as you get there, now that it's starting to decline in, the sun is starting to go down. things are starting to get a little bit more raucous and rambunctious in the Dragon's Fang. As you enter, you can see that there are quite a few people here, and then in that center stage in the middle, you can see Aaron Maryland currently strumming away and plucking in certain parts at the guitar that he has currently slung around his shoulder. And there are a few other people on stage with him, banging into some drums and playing other stringed instruments next to him. Just playing some ambient music for the crowd as people are currently serving drinks. And Aaron, as he is strumming away and plucking away at the guitar, he sees all of you enter, and this smile comes across his face as he greets all of you. And I just want to, there we go. These sort of brown with streaks of gray on his chin and cheeks and in his hair. The one green, one brown eye, and scars across his face as you enter. And he says, well, esteemed guests, look, everyone. Not only do we have a gleeman, but we have the close personal friends of our dearest Lao Fei gracing our place of business tonight. Come on in, take a seat, and you, hey, make some room for these wonderful people, why don't you? As he continues to play away, as the crowd cheers and jeers, making a little bit of room for you on a small table nearest to the stage.
Nice. Are we drinking?
We
Oh,
drink them.
I'm drinking.
I'll do one or two.
I'm dedicated driving.
Carol's gonna grab them a couple rounds.
Oh, definitely.
Shima's designated walker. He's gotta get us back.
Everyone hop on my back.
Oh,
Everyone
wow.
balance on my quarterstaff.
There you go.
But yeah, Cecily will, she'll join. She'll do, what do they got here? Is it like sake? Or is it
Because
is it
Aaron,
wine?
because Aaron is the owner of this place, there is a variety of stuff. There are things that are specific to Loshar, and one of the more odd specialty items that is definitely not in a short supply here is a type of it is a type of fermented goat milk.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is a very bittersweet, mildly alcoholic. It's not, too terrible, but mildly alcoholic drink. That's the specialty of Loshar. It's as anybody will tell you, any of the barmaids or any of the people serving drinks, it's something that the Detsi that is unique to them. Currently serving that, and then on top of that, there are other hard liquors and wine as well.
Cecily is gonna look at Suni mischievously and be like, Suni, we can have a drink from every part of the world. We can do it all right now. How many is that? Like, she's gonna try to count. 6? 10? Somewhere around there?
I mean,
It's not quite 20.
it's got to be at least like 3 or 4 because that's all the ones that I've heard of. But
God, we
eventually.
suck. We're so bad at numbers. That's okay.
Bianca, how many places are there?
In Loshar?
No, just the whole thing.
The whole thing.
That's what it's called.
How many places?
The whole thing, like the world? Or
Bianca, you gotta keep up with us. Come on.
okay, planes of existence. Are we on this plane of existence?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
And how many possibilities?
Time is of the essence.
Okay,
Why are you so trying to have a drink for every patch in this cloak? As Aaron has said, it's well from everywhere, so that'll give you a good count.
Western Salamander. Okay, so there's already 5 just in the salamanders. Okay, and then
Oh my fuck.
You have already had a drink from Loshar this morning.
is this true?
Well, but the goat
Yeah,
milk?
but it doesn't get me drunk.
Just
That's the goal here, is to travel the world and get shit-faced, right? And listen to music.
Seems very cyclical.
Yeah, well.
Hey, I might die in days. I deserve this tonight.
Well, don't die tonight. What if we... Okay, I'm gonna sound boring. What if we get one of each and we split everything? That way we'll just pass out, not die.
It's a deal.
All right. Do you have money? I don't.
I think so. I think I have a little.
All right, cool. You're
where-
buying because you're my friend. That's it.
Hey, it's the least I can do. Yeah, I have 170 gold pieces. So
Oh, that
I'm
better
just gonna
do
order a glass of wine.
it.
Yeah, because if you're buying one of everything, that is at least a 75 gold excursion.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, I have a feeling we're not gonna make it to literally everyone, but
Oh, but Aaron's gonna, if you're gonna go out for that, he's gonna make sure that you have everything you need before you start.
before we start, okay.
What a salesman. He knows the game.
Well, yeah, okay. Ballpark, Joe, how many drinks is that? Just for shits and gigs.
So one for every place or one of everything?
One for every place.
Yes.
I guess we'll say.
One for every place, like of a drink that has been brought in from a place, or just in general?
I guess just in general.
And-
just like a beverage per nation.
A beverage
can.
per
Yeah,
nation.
we're doing the Epcot Food and Wine Festival, Joe.
I'd
Come on.
probably
Yeah.
say
Oh my god.
about 20.
Fuck, it is 20.
I mean,
So
that
I
is
was
just me.
He said it's less than 20.
That is a ballpark.
But it's 20, but it's half, so we're each only having 10, and that's enough to get really drunk, but not enough to kill you.
You guys
Well-
are smaller than you think you are.
Yeah, it might kill Cecily. We'll
Dragon,
see.
Bianca.
This is
Ten.
Felicity talking
Oh,
to
well,
Cameron.
he's a fucking dragon, Felicity.
He's my size. He's gonna be drunk.
Also, no, you're doing half and half. So you're each tasting each one of the drinks. It's just that the other person is drinking half of it. So you are mixing so many liqueurs.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cute.
It's gonna be a grog.
Good thing you guys
Oh,
have
man.
2 days after this. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think we
This
found
is-
who's
oh,
not
yeah.
gonna be helping and watch tonight.
This is this is going to be one of those vomiting in the toilet, peeing themselves type of morning.
Oh no!
Ah.
Hey, the
This
last
is-
time we had True Tavern Time, somebody vomited the next day too, so it's...
Oh, we
Yeah.
did.
It was Poe in the floorboards.
But it was because of bad...
What a prick. He
You
left it
guys
for us.
are gonna be really upset that IVs don't exist in this world.
But lay on hands does, so I think we good.
Eh,
Oh yeah, I can just cure us of being drunk every now and again, and then we can keep going.
I think your stomach will have a problem,
Like
though.
the ancient Greeks. We could just... Yeah!
More
Oh, man.
do.
Yeah, I think, like, there's gonna be, like, a bacteria culture just, like, erupting in your stomach.
Oh, yeah.
I think, like, your stomach acid will begin to ferment.
Colonize me. Let's
Too
go.
bad that I'm a lightning-breathing dragon and not a fire-breathing dragon. Actually, mate, no, it's the opposite. It's a good thing I'm not a fire-breathing dragon.
You would just explode.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, okay, all right. So,
Chaos.
whoever is the person with the money, you need to mark off 75 gold.
75 gold well spent.
Yeah. That's Aaron proudly serves these teenagers 20 drinks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's just setting
Nice.
them down one after the other. Oh, you're going to love this one. You see, I actually found this one while... Oh, who cares? You don't care, do you?
Oh,
Well, keep handing over the gold, and I'll keep telling you all the fun facts you want. Oh, 20 drinks. Oh, very good, very good. If you really think you can.
All right. Well, Cecily wants to start with the goat milk thing.
What a way to start.
So, yeah, let's start. Let's start with this. Maybe the strangest. But yeah, I would try it in real life if I wasn't stone cold sober. So, what's that taste like?
Connor, what does that taste like?
So it's frothy.
Nice.
I hate everything.
Yeah.
It is generally scalded first, so it's still a bit warm.
Nice.
It
God.
it's not hard enough is the problem. It's what the players would be able to get is about 3% alcohol.
It's like a small beer.
Yeah, it's like a small beer, like a short beer.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not beer at all.
Right.
It's kind of
It's sour milk that had all the
it's
germs
kind
burned
of
out of it.
slimy. Yeah, the butter has been removed as well, so it's almost sweet, but not really.
What I imagine texture-wise is when you go to, like, you get a milkshake that gets whipped cream on top, and you drink all the milkshake, and by the time you finish it, there's just this, like, half-melted lump of whipped cream. That's what I'm assuming it feels like to drink.
Yeah, it's like that with a little less viscosity.
My stomach upset, like, actively.
All right. Well, Cecily's gonna take it and be like, "That, Sunny, you're gonna love it. You try this." Just gonna slide it across the table.
Slide some oil on me.
Woo! What a callback that is. Alrighty.
That's one of the dumbest things that ever happened in college, I think. It was not funny.
What did Sunny think of it?
What does Suni think of dry milk?
I feel like he's tentative of it at first, so he kind of just sticks his tongue, his like long lizard tongue, into it a little bit and takes a couple of licks, and then he's gonna, and then he's just gonna down it. He's down it, and he's gonna shudder and say, "On to the next one."
Yep, that's what I think. All right, and she'll just keep starting. She'll be the first sip every time.
Alrighty.
It's like an assembly line, but it's two people drinking a lot of alcohol.
And you're getting Cecily's completely blunt and unnuanced opinions. It'll just be like, "That's okay," or like, "Oh, that's shit." Like, that's the extent.
I really want a piece of art that is Cecily and Desmond downing a drink, like high-fiving each other, and then the next panel is the other four party members just all staring in different forms of disgust. The two youngest people in the party.
Peak entertainment. I'm ready for it.
Yes.
Yeah, Aracella's delighted. Everyone else is like, "Oh."
Bianca's gonna turn to Caracilla and Morwin and ask, "So has this ever been your guys' scene?"
Oh, I mean, every other night, pretty much back in Bromsgrove.
Every other night.
Most nights.
There we go.
Were you as bad as
That's
these
near.
two?
Not for a good couple of years now, at least.
Wait, and she'll like turn around already a little drunk, but she thinks she's still completely sober. You know the phase. And she'll just turn around and be like, "Wait, no, hold on. Are you telling me that you both used to be fun? Shit, like let's go. Let's fucking music. Let's what do people do? Dance? People dance, right?
I mean, Moen's quite the dancer.
I
you.
don't think I've ever done that.
Let's fucking
Actually.
dance. That sounds like.
You know, I bet Suni, I've never done it, but I bet I can do it better.
Oh, you're betting wrong.
Yes, now we're both dancing. We'll be back, Mr. Barman. I just imagine the stop at the 6th or 7th, and come back later. And she is gonna try a mixture of alcohol and resurrection and acupuncture. have influenced this strange moment in her life when she feels inclined to dance.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Morwen just leans in the others. 5 silver that Suni throws up first. They just drank all that, and now they're going to dance, and they're going to try and outdance each other. Someone's throwing up.
I don't know if it'd be Cecily or him. That's a good...
Make no mistake, it will be both of them.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about first, obviously.
But Cecily could keep down pounds of bread. So maybe she can hold down pounds of wheat in a different form.
I'm not gambling, but my assumption would be that somewhere in the mix, Suni would be willing to restore his vitality. But...
just for fun, yeah.
Just cheating at that point.
Right. You know what? For fun, Morwen, I'll take you up, but I'm betting on Cecily.
All right. Immortal put the money on the table and just watch him.
It might be a close call, though. Suni is a sympathy puker.
So you're his player.
If
what?
Cecily begins to throw up, Suni will beat her.
Ah, so I win.
Well,
We'll just have to see.
I'm just helping you make informed decisions.
Cecily is just like jumping and throwing her arms around. That is the extent of this. Maybe some spinning and bumping into chairs.
I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
Yeah. But I am trying to outdo Suni, so...
Yeah, it's reciprocal.
Yep.
All right.
Saw that coming.
Do you think
What?
they've ever in their lives been taught how to dance?
No.
No.
Should we teach them? Because this is a little sad.
No. Do you want to throw up on you right now? Because I don't.
Oh, that's true.
It's not sad, it's freeing. It's a pure artistic expression.
Also a little sad.
Alrighty.
No, it's
Having fun.
embarrassing.
Let them enjoy
There's a different word for
themselves.
that.
Okay, so as the Desmond, Cecily, as the two of you go to start dancing, I'd like both of you to make performance checks, as Aaron is not going to allow this opportunity to pass. Seeing the two of you drunk, he decides to take this moment to play the most raucous song that he can. That's like the fastest, most aggressive song where everybody in the tavern is singing along with him. And as the two of you sort of get up and stumble and you begin making your way, he grabs his guitar off of where it was sort of propped up, and he says, "Now, how many of you know the Dancing Lass, or, as I prefer it, as we heard it in my hometown, a White Harbor Girl, huh? Huh? Any of you? Any of you?" And the entire crowd just sort of begins to uproar and a shout. And he says, good. Ready? And a White Harbor Girl, she came to town to see what she could see. With a wink of her eye and a smile on her lip, she snagged a boy or three, with an ankle and skin so pale. And she caught the owner of a ship with a soft little laugh and a gay little sigh. She made her way so free, so free. And as she said to the captain, "I'll wear no shift at all. At all!" As both of you begin dancing and moving, the verse just begins to repeat and repeat over and over and over again. What are those performance checks?
19.
19.
11.
11. It is... Cecily's dancing, rightfully so, is chaotic. But in, like, a jazz type of way, you know? Where it's like, oh my god, wait a minute. Is that good or bad? I don't know. It's making me feel things, you know? That's Cecily's dancing. Desmond is like, he's like tapping his foot and snapping and bobbing his head and like bumping up and down all at a different beat. where he's like he's got like polyrhythms going on, but in a really bad way. And so, like, Bianca, your comment is still correct because everyone else is like in like a dual circle, like doing the same dance where they're kind of like throwing their arms up and passing over each other and clapping and sort of smacking their hands at each other and doing twists and turns all at the same time to the song. But then you have these two just kind of off to the side, just like doing their own thing. And Aaron could not care less about the crowd of dancing people. He is living seeing these two weird fucking kids just like moving.
Man.
And so, real quick, as the two of you are dancing, I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws. And Cecily, because you are dancing so hard and so well, I need you to make yours with disadvantage. You're moving a little too hard right now.
You do technically get +4 with being within 10 feet of me.
That's funny. All right. With a disadvantage. Oh boy. So with that +4, that'd be an 11.
Okay.
13.
13. Okay. Suni, you like kind of stop bouncing for a moment as too much like jostling and moving around and bumping kind of, you could feel your stomach start to do this weird twist thing. And so you just kind of like preemptively lock your jaw and just hold everything shut and just tighten up. And Cecily, you just kind of, you're like, oh, I wonder why he stopped. That was kind of weird. And you keep dancing, and then you kind of like whip your head around, and you see that Desmond currently has his hand over his mouth, and you're like, oh, that's kind of weird. As you just splash onto the floor. And
I will say that I said in the session that Poe threw up that Desmond was a sympathy puker, so if she puked, he's also going to.
And with
Nice.
that, Desmond, you could have held it back, but seeing it, it's just too much, and you onto the ground as well. And Aaron goes, oh, well, you two better get a bucket and a mop, because I'm not cleaning that shit up.
Cecily's just kind of like, huh. I think I ruined the acupuncture. I think it's gone.
Bianca sitting next to Morwen's just gonna hold her hand out waiting for the 5.
Yeah, Morin just does the coin flip over to her.
And Cecily's actually, she's gonna like stumble towards Suni and just make sure he's alright. Just like hand on the shoulder. Be like, you good, man? You can make it?
Yeah, I might be dying, but I think I'm okay.
Come on, we got 12 more drinks. Okay, just heal us up with your paladin stuff. Yeah, let's just not dance again. We can't.
Yeah, dancing it wasn't the alcohol, it was the dancing.
Yeah, we shouldn't. Yeah, so this time
Yeah,
we'll
that's
just sit,
the lesson here.
we'll just
we
sit
should-
real still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and then I assume, yeah, if you'll use lay on hands or whatever,
Uh-huh.
she's just gonna be like, oh, okay, that's... Man, you're getting pretty good at this paladin thing.
Well, it's just... I don't know, man. I'm trying. Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing it. I think Poe would be proud.
I hope so.
Yeah.
He's the only thing missing right now.
Ooh, what's
That
that?
may be some
I'm feeling things. Oh no, can't. Nope. Drink.
Drown it with booze!
Oh, and she's gonna run back to the table and proceed with beverage number 8. Just keep
Yoni?
going.
We'll follow suit.
Alrighty. So as the
Has
two of you
Morwen not...
go back
Oh,
to drinking.
sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, as the two of you go back to drinking and the song finishes, Aaron says, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce, on a very rare occasion in our small hidden valley, a special performance done by a gleeman. For those of you lucky enough to see her earlier, well, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you get to see the same gleeman perform twice in one day. So, ready yourselves for the thrilling, earth-shattering performance of Karasilla Dulski, famous gleeman.
Woo!
And Karasilla, there are a few people that you can recognize. We heard earlier that immediately like, oh, yeah, I love her.
Yeah, just do the whole thing. Just like take a hat off and do like little bows.
Oh yeah, like nose to the ground, like one of those type of bows. Like the cloak sort of flourishes and flies up, and you're not sure what it is. But in that moment when you sort of take that bow, you can feel this gust of wind hit the cloak as it just sort of billows magically in the air. And as you come back up, Aaron kind of gives you a wink and heads down off the stage.
My guy.
You really came around.
Yeah, this is a bit of 180. I'm not mad though. This is great. But yeah, she's got her Gertie. She is ready.
All right.
And yeah, again, she's definitely not someone she wouldn't stay to the stage. She probably only would step onto it occasionally to get to the other side of the room. But yeah, she's a very energized person when she's performing. And she is fun, thank you, Cecily. But yeah.
Well, glad to see it in action.
Alrighty. And yeah, Karasilla, you continue to perform for the night. No performance check needed. The Gleeman's Cloak, especially after your performance earlier, just makes whatever you go to do a success. You're so in the zone, and you feel at peace, and you feel safe here. So there's no need to worry. Keep an eye out on the door. In this place, you can perform, and you can go as hard as you want, and you don't need to worry about anything like that. You can use all your magical tricks and secrets with no fears of anything bad happening. So all of you see Karasilla perform using the hurdy-gurdy, and the band will also, anytime they know a song that you're going to play, they will play along with you, provide some additional instrumentation underneath you.
Yeah, I mean, most of what Karasilla does is folk songs, so I imagine like a good percentage of them would be ones that they would at least recognize.
Yeah. No, totally. Okay, alrighty. So with that, the performance happens throughout the rest of the night. Now, my big question to the five of you, and I guess Karasilla, whenever you have a moment to kind of take a break, is there anything else that you guys wanted to discuss in the tavern, or is it just a night of revelry and fun?
Not for Morwen. She's just grabbing a few drinks, but she's just cheering louder than anyone else when Karasilla's playing.
But is Morwen dancing?
Oh, yeah, for sure. A little bit.
Okay. Then I have nothing else.
Okay, I was like, okay.
That's how I didn't know if you were going to be like, Morwen, may I have this dance?
Well, no, I thought Morwen was making a point of not dancing, so I was going to ask about it, but...
Nah, we were just watching two drunks puke, which was funnier at the time.
I imagine Cecily and Suni at least get close to finishing, and then probably just like lean on each other and are like, maybe we're done. After like
I want a
15 or
refund
16.
on the rest of these drinks.
I
There's
don't
like-
think we're getting it, buddy.
There's
Drink 'em.
there's 6 drinks in front of you, 3 for each of you. And as Karasilla is running around performing, Aaron kind of comes up behind the two of you, and he says, "Listen, if you can drink those last 6, and you don't throw up, and you don't cheat, I'll give you a refund. In fact, even better, I'll name a challenge after you at this tavern."
You're fucking on.
You bastard, I have to try. Okay.
And Aaron just kind of sits down at the table and just stares at the two of you, just his eyes darting back and forth from each one. All right, first drink.
And we'll just keep doing it the way. Cecily takes a sip, slides it down.
Okay. All right, first drink done. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ugh. Am I still getting that +4?
Should be.
Nice. Then that is a 17 on
Nice.
that con save.
Mine is a 14.
Okay, both successes.
Cool.
So we'll say with that the two of you, we'll say that that's 2 drinks right there, just because that's the division, right? Okay, so 2 drinks right there. You finish with those 2 con saving throws. Move on to the second drink. It's getting a little harder. Aaron smiling, nodding. Go ahead and make another con saving throws. You go to drink the third and fourth one.
Nice. Dirty 20.
Natural 1.
Ooh.
Fuck!
Sudi,
Didn't see it happen.
there is this
20 and a 1.
Cecily, you down yours immediately, slam it on the ground, or slam it on the table, and you are ready. You go to grab the 5th one, ready for Suni to grab the 6th one, because you are gonna fucking dominate this. Ah! You let out a barbaric yawp, and Suni has this big, tankard in front of him that he slams back, and you see that the cup doesn't leave his jowls. It doesn't leave his mouth, as immediately he comes back down with his snout tucked into the thing, and you just hear... as it just fills up the cup, and he just sets it down.
Oh, that's horrible. That's worse than the goat milk. That's awful. Cecily's just gonna be like,
I can do it.
why do I need to be the fucking cheerleader around here? It's surrounded by a bunch of failures.
I'm not a fucking failure, man.
You vomit right in the cup. It's right in there. Man.
Oh, that's pretty gross.
Yeah, don't look at that. That's
Hey,
bad.
Isabella, I have a special drink delivery here for table 4 right over there. Come on. And you can see the woman Isabella, she goes to grab the 2 drinks that weren't finished, and he says, no, that one. And she looks at the cup full of vomit and looks at him, and he just goes, they asked for it. I don't know what you... Isabella kind of rolls her eyes and grabs it and sets it over at the table. And you can see this group of men and women who are just drunk off their asses. And they've kind of been harassing Carasilla, not a lot, but enough where it's they're just kind of shouting things, trying to distract her. And it's only been happening long enough where really the only person that noticed it was Aaron, because of how hyper aware he is of the bar in the area, and especially people harassing performers. And so the drink is sent over. And you can see that they are all sort of joking and laughing. And then there is one person, sort of this larger woman, who goes and grabs it. And she throws it back and immediately spits it out. And just all over the compatriots that she's sharing the table with.
That makes me want to throw up.
And Aaron just kind of looks at him. And they looking around. They're like, who gave us this? Who did this? And Aaron just looks over at him and just waves. And they immediately sit down.
Yeah, Cecily's gonna turn to him and be like, I'll be honest, man, you're pretty good. That's good.
Oh, you know what? Flattery goes a long way. If you can finish these last 2 drinks by yourself, I'll give you a refund too.
Oh,
Cecily, you gotta do it. You're on a fucking roll.
Yeah.
5 gold, Cecily.
God,
A lot of money.
All the beignets that I could buy.
Okay. Oh God, fuck. You know
You
what
have
I'm gonna
any
do?
bread?
I'm gonna talk to Ashima. I think I should, after this, I think I should be a monk. Do you think I'd be a good monk, Suni? Do you think that... I shouldn't ask him now. I think I'm a bad monk right now, but... Should I,
Ashima sitting at the table.
I thought he's
He's gonna put
Yeah,
his
he is just staring at her with his hands crossed and says, no.
Cooney's gonna wave him off and put his hand on her shoulder and say, Cecily, you can be whatever you put your mind to.
Yeah, that's...
You wanna be a monk? Be a fucking monk.
Yeah, wacha.
It requires an acolyte to shave their head and abstain from alcohol and romantic attachment.
Oh man, I can't do any of those. Well, okay, I guess I'm not a monk. Okay, and she'll grab the drink and she'll start sipping at it and just be like, "Hey, Suni, I think I'm a little bit of a piece of shit. I'm sorry if if I'm ever being bad to you. I don't want to be. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm a piece
Okay.
of shit too. But that's
Yeah.
why we get along so well.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's a 13 on that con save, by the way. And so, yeah. But
Yep.
so she's just kind of sipping and gurgling, just like, I just think, I need to say sorry to everybody, and I need to say thank you for stuff, because, like, what, if I died and there's all these things I never said.
Aaron's gonna lean over to the other people at the table and be like, I'd recommend all of you get up and take a step back. Yep, I've seen a powder keg before. It's gonna explode.
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine, like, lightning shoots out of her, too. just this discharge. Just this awful... And there we go. We lost all of our money.
It's all right. Just be glad you don't have to pay for cleanup.
Yeah, Jesus.
Alrighty. And with that, as the night begins to fade, the crowd begins to slowly disperse. Aaron kind of comes over to the three sober adults who are overseeing the other more irresponsible children and says, well, I'm sure you were already planning on it, but probably best to take those two home.
Yeah. I'll take care of it.
Good on you.
Last time I got real drunk, Kyothi carried me to bed.
Already planning on it, and she'll grab both of you and fireman and just carry you over, like a shoulder each.
Ooh,
And she
But,
just-
Kyothi was so
okay.
much nicer.
This isn't quite the same, but thank you.
Norman, I love
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, look at that.
I'll
You're
kill you.
you're carrying me again.
It's kind of nice.
Did you know that? Did you know that when I was like, everything was going away, like I still felt like I knew that someone was carrying me, and then she'll just pass out.
It's just like, oh, thank God.
The second she started to get sincere, she just
I'm neither of us
popped out.
have a place for this right now.
No.
Carousel, are you still performing while we're exiting?
Yeah, I mean, just be going until, like, no one else is there.
Bianca, while you're between songs, we'll just kind of come on up and say, yeah, we had to take those two home, but in case I'm asleep before I see you, that was absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you. And I could see the progression of those two, so it's probably a good call.
Yeah, we got to get him out of here. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then.
See you tomorrow.
And she'll split with the others.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, the five of you head home, and Carasilla, you finish out your songs. And eventually the last person leaves, and all that's left inside this small tavern is you and Aaron Marilyn. And he sort of gives you a look as you finish strumming out the last few chords as the last few patrons are leaving. And just kind of smiles and says, you know, you make a good gleeman.
Thank you. Appreciate it coming from someone such as yourself. And well, despite all the shit talk earlier, I truly do appreciate being here. And your cloak is truly a wonderful thing. Not perhaps as well-travelled as you may be, but, well, we'll see maybe in time.
Gleeman's got to start
But-
somewhere, right?
Oh, certainly. But it's been a rough time recently, so being able to just sit back and perform is, well, it's a nice breath of fresh air.
You know, the most important thing is, it took me too long to realize this. For a long time, I performed for just myself, you know. I was a lone wanderer. I went anywhere and everywhere I could. So many people, they head on the road because they're trying to escape things. They run away from home because you're tired of the look and smell of it. Run away from the things that scare you, and well, I thought I was running and I was getting away. But in reality, the more I ran, the faster it chased me. These thoughts in my head. I needed to be so much better. I needed to do everything better. I couldn't stop. If I stopped for a moment, then I was just like them. It took me too long to realize that the stories that I tell, they're not for me. They're not just to make me feel better. They have such a profound effect on others. The fact that a Gleeman can get on a stage and tell stories the likes of those people have never heard before, and the fact that those stories come alive before their very eyes, it is something so different. And it was something that I realized this afternoon. What took me years and years and years of thought and mistakes to come to the realization of, you already know. You already know the impact your stories and your music have on other people. And you don't hoard that. You give it out freely. And for that, you really do realize that the world is so much darker without the joy that can be found in music and stories. It's what the journal said, right? Take up this cloak if you realize how much darker the world is without it.
I think people can get too caught up on whether they're making a difference or not. It's not really that matters. It's doing what you can, I mean. That's the best anyone can do. I think even if you think you've run from things, I mean, evidently you're here now, right? What an establishment you've got, what a great group of people you have here. I mean, I think that's certainly worth something in itself.
Oh, it is. It is.
It's almost a little ironic. Bringing light to the world and darkness. I mean, swore an oath about that a while ago, and well, if anything, that's the last thing that I've had to run from. Happy to run back to it now, but well, I think as long as you're still running towards something, that's all that matters.
I agree. Just make sure you're running towards something and not away from something.
I've done enough of that. Literally ran till pretty much our legs gave out, so it's not exactly something I want to do again.
Good. Good to hear. Lao Fei, she told me what all of you intend on doing. And, I know that you were really mulling it over giving me that cloak back, and I know you were probably going to do it because it was, rightfully mine, and it was, all the things that I had done. But you know what? I have a feeling you're going to need that cloak a lot more than I am. And so, regardless of what you want to do, cloak's yours now, kid.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Well, you sang well tonight, and good performance deserves a good payment. Boy, got a good payment, that's for sure. And he'll set a pouch of coins on the table right next to you that has 250 gold pieces in it.
Making bank.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm also happy. You see there's still a little bit of a mess. I wouldn't want you to have to do it alone as well.
I got it. I never thought I would say this, and I don't know if it's dementia, but I've started to like cleaning in my old age. Oh, if 20-year-old could hear me now, right?
So, even for the company. I don't know. Maybe I should just get out of your face if that's also what you're wanting.
Yeah, I did just give away a prized possession of mine. I think I'd like a little alone time.
It's more than fair. Well, night then.
Night, and
Should hopefully see you again before we head out.
oh, I'm sure. I do have a question, though. Did you ever find the secret compartment on the jacket?
Well, I mean, if you're meaning the pockets.
Oh, no, not the secret pockets, the secret compartment.
Well, that is the thing I have not found.
Ah, well, best of luck to you then.
Well, in my defense, it has also been only a couple of days.
Yes, well.
But I guess I'll update you if I do.
All right. I look forward to it. Hopefully you find it sooner than I found it.
So you inherited this cloak from someone?
I inherited it, and I added my own patches. And the gleaming
From your
before
own
me.
teacher, then?
Well, teacher, not so much. And I haven't told anyone. I didn't go to a college or a school like some of these fancy bards. When I ran away from home all those many, many, many years ago, there was a gleeman who let me stay at his camp one night. God, he told me these stories I couldn't believe. He made them come alive in the fire in front of us. He's an older man. God, he's probably 80. Let me sleep at his campfire. Next morning when I woke up, he'd passed on. I was a young, dumb kid. I just ran away from home. I didn't have a coin to my name. I didn't have barely any clothes on my back. I just had my boots and my pajamas. So I did what I thought was right. I buried him. I tried to do my best to tell his stories. Took the cloak and his horse, and I went.
May I have a name?
I never got it. I asked him who he was, and he said, "Just another gleeman." Always remember that, old man. Well, anyway. Go home. Get some rest. Sure we can talk again soon.
Of course. Farewell and good night, then.
Farewell and good night. That he'll begin walking around, picking up cups and putting them into a large wooden crate, and make his way back to the back room and kind of back and forth as you're exiting. You make your way back to the tower, and you can see Cecily and Desmond have already been tucked in to bed, and everyone else is sort of getting into their nighttime rituals, getting ready to head to sleep. Same as you. With that, as all of you settle in for the night, maybe taking a watch here or there just because of muscle memory, as you all head to sleep, and knowing that in 2 days' time, you'll leave for Fjardeleth. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Woo! Now. All right. Amazing. Well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did, and we will see you on either Friday or maybe Saturday. There's some things that I need to talk to the Isles players about maybe playing on Sunday again. Hey, or on
Say what?
next Tuesday. All right, on that note, see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.